What if you could build an AI-powered app that automatically creates full educational video courses, scripts, visuals, voiceover and structured lessons without manual editing? In this tutorial, I will show you how to build an AI video educational course generator app from the scratch using Next.js 16 and Typescript. We will integrate Azure OpenAI to generate course content, Lab AI for realistic text-to-speech narration, Azure Storage for media handling, Neon Database for scalable data storage, and Clerk for secure authentication. You will also see how CodeRabbit AI helps review and improve your code automatically. By the end of this video, you will have a production-ready AI SaaS app that can generate complete educational video courses with a narration, structure, and scalability built in. Let me walk through the application first and then we'll talk about all the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. Now once user land on the screen, user have option to enter the course topic. But before that, user has to log in to our app. Once user select a login option and log in successfully, then user will enter the topic. So let's say you want to create a Python basic course and you want to learn about that. You can select the course type. Now if you want a full course, make sure to select the full course, and below that you will see my previously created course as well. Once you enter the topic, if you want to add more detail, user can add that and simply submit it. Now you will see it start generating the course layout first, and after the course layout it will redirect it to the course detail screen where it starts generating the chapter one by one. Currently it's still generating the chapter, so we'll wait to finish the video content generation, and within a few minutes your course is ready. Once the course is generated, you will see the complete course. Below that you will see a video for each chapter where you can play each chapter by chapter video as well. Whatever the content it is available inside that course, you will see that content for that inside that chapter, and at the top you will see the complete course video. Let me show you and play it for you.
Welcome. Today we'll explore what Python is and where it is used. In Chapter 1, Getting Started with Python, you'll learn about Python's role in web development, data science, automation, and more. We'll highlight.
Now this is 4 minutes of video generated by the AI. In this particular video, it's not just a plain slide. You will see how we managed to bring the slides animation along with the caption and the narration in order to align properly, and this is applicable to each of the chapter and the course as well. With the help of different AI tools, production ready tools like Remotions, we implemented this course generation feature. Once you go back to the home screen, you will see your course is generated, and anytime you can go back to see your course. Now let's talk about the tech stack. We are going to use a Next.js 16 version to build this application. For text-to-speech model, we are going to use a Lab.ai, which is the advanced AI platform where you can do the text-to-speech. Also, it provides a lot of different features like voice pipeline API. It also supports 22 Indian languages, which you can try using the Lab. Also, you can add a voice agent pipeline architecture, a noise cancellation from your audio. All of these features are available for free. Click the link in the description to get and complete free credits on Lab. Also, for the database, we are going to use a Neon database, which is the free database, and most important, it provides a PostgreSQL database, and it is a scalable in production level as well and free to use. For authentication and subscription billing feature, we are going to use a Clerk authentication. I use this Clerk in many of my projects, and it is the best option for your authentication to secure your app. In order to review your code at each chapter, then for that one we are going to use a CodeRabbit.ai, and for AI model we are going to use Azure's OpenAI, which is the free and also very easy to integrate. Along with that, we are going to use an Azure storage to store our all the media files. So that's why also we are going to use Azure. And at the end, we are going to deploy our application on a Vercel. So everything we are going to build from scratch. Also, whatever the service we are using in this course is completely free. So if you are new to this channel, don't forget to subscribe. Also visit to tubeguruji.com in order to access the source code and all the exclusive courses. You can even track your all the course progress and learn by chapter. Once you finish the chapter, you will get a reward and you can just track that chapter. Also, you can see the live demo of each of the application which we created. You can access the source code and you can even track your progress. Also, daily you will get a new React quiz which you can give it from this platform for free. Also, you will get a badge once you finish some task, and then you will be on the top of the leaderboard every time when you earn the points. If you want to give me the suggestion or a project idea, just submit your suggestion and idea and I am happy to build that project. Also, you can upvote any of the idea which you like it. You can explore all the courses available on the tubeguruji.com. This is a new platform where you can access lot of feature courses for free. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop video course generator application. Now, in order to create a React application, we are going to use a Next.js. Next.js is a React framework to develop the web application and which provide a lot of features, and you don't need to make any configuration for routing, and there are many other things. You can implement everything in Next.js along with your backend API endpoint, which you can write directly inside the Next.js. So open a folder where you want to create a project and at that folder open a terminal. If you are using a command prompt, make sure to open in Windows and then simply type a command npx create next app at latest. Now at latest will install the latest version of your Next.js application, but you can replace that with your version number as well. If you have permission issue in a Mac OS, then start the command with a sudo. Then it will ask you to enter password and then simply enter the project name. So here we'll say AI video course generator and simply click enter. Then it will give you three options to use a recommended default setting, or you can even customize the setting. So I will select a customized setting. Here it will ask you some question like, do you want to use Typescript? We'll say yes. No to the source directory, yes to the, or no to the React compiler, yes to the Tailwind CSS, so it will also install Tailwind CSS for us. No to the source directory, yes to the app router, no to the import allies, and then it will start installing some dependency like React, Next.js and dev dependency for Tailwind CSS and Typescript. And if you see, our project is now ready. Now simply open a VS Code, open a folder at that particular projects you created. So in my case, it is inside the project folder, and then simply open it. Here I will say yes, I trust the author for that pop-up, and you will see some of the folders and file get created. Okay, now let me walk through each of these folder and file. If you are new, then make sure you will understand that folder structure. Now very first folder, which is the app folder, which contain a global CSS, which is a CSS applied throughout the application. Now whenever you want to apply CSS throughout the app, you can mention inside the global CSS. Then next file we have is a layout.tsx, which is very important because each Next.js application has at least one layout file called root layout. Inside this root layout, it will be on the server side at every time. So it has you can apply the custom font, even the metadata for your SEO indexing. So that is very important. And inside that, if you see, there is the HTML and body tag, and through that the children are getting rendered. Now each page route are going to render through these children. Now you can change this meta tag, depends on your requirements. So here we say AI video generator app. You can change the description if you want and then simply save it. Next we have page.tsx file, which is the default page of our application. Now once we run the application, you will see this page.txt will get rendered. Then we have node module folder. Obviously this contain all the packages needed to run your application. Now whenever we install any packages, that all the packages code will be inside the node module. Obviously we are not going to touch this folder at any time. Then we have public folder in which we are going to keep all our images, assets, and you can directly access through this public folder without mentioning the complete path. That I'm going to tell you how to do it. Then we have the next.config.ts file which contain a configuration related to the Next.js application. The package.json which contain the name, version, the script to run and build your application, the dependency along with their version, and the dev dependency along with their version as well. Now package lock is important because when you share your project with some other developers, it maintains your package versioning, and that package lock will help for that one. Then we have the post css.config.mjs file which is for the tailwind css, and the tsconfig for the TypeScript configuration. Now with the current or latest version of the tailwind css, which is version 4, all tailwind css content is moved to the global css. So you will see the tailwind css is imported directly inside the global css file. Now in order to run your project, simply open a terminal, click new terminal, and it will open the terminal inside your VS Code. Or you can simply drag it from the bottom and still you can access your terminal. Now inside the terminal, I will just simply run a command npm run dev, and then your project will now running on URL localhost on port 3000. Now simply click on it and it will open inside your browser, and here you will see this is the default page which is running right now. So that is nothing but this page.tsx file. Now if I go to this page.tsx file and just remove everything from here, okay, let me remove this div as well, and we'll keep empty div saying subscribe to Tube Guruji. So if you did not subscribe to our channel, guys, please do subscribe. And then if I go back over here, you will see the it's now showing the whatever we enter inside this h2 tag. Pretty cool, right? And you don't need to refresh it. It will do the hot reload for you, and as soon as you save your code, it will reflect it. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you have to create your Next.js application and run it very first time. Now most important thing that you want to do is to install a UI component based library called ShadCN. ShadCN is a Tailwind CSS based UI component library and quite popular among the developers and very easy to use. Simply go to the documentation, select the correct framework in order to install it, and copy this command to initialize the ShadCN. Over here, once you initialize, then it will ask you which color or base color you want to use. You can select anything because we are going to replace that later on, but for now you can select, and then if you see your project is now initialized. Now let's install the component as well. Now you have two options: either you can use or install the component one by one, depends on your requirement, or you have option to install all the ShadCN component at once. Now in order to install one by one, you have to give the component name, otherwise you can simply install all the component at once. Here you will select all the components, click A to select all, and then click enter. Now it will start installing all the components, so you don't need to install it one by one, but you can always take a reference of how these components get used. For example, if you want to use alert, you will see this example as well, installation step, but in our case it's already installed, so you don't need to install it again, and the use case, how to import these, and simple use case, and then you can modify later on. Pretty cool, right? In my case, I'm getting this access issue. That's because the permission issue. You might not get this one, so don't worry. And once that is done, you will see new folder get added to our project files. So over here we have component folder in which there is another folder called UI, and there we have all the components from the ShadCN. Obviously you have full control on customize each of these component. Then we have hooks, okay, and the lib folder which contain again ShadCN related things. So it's better you do not touch to this particular folders. Then we have component.json, which contain the configuration related to the shared CN. For example, where is the Tailwind CSS file, the components, import allies, the theme, everything you will find over here. Also, the most important thing that you need to understand, inside the global CSS, you will see all these color code get added for your shared CN, and here you can modify each of them any time. Okay. Now let's try to add a new or use any component. Let's say you want to use a button component. So simply add a button component, and if you see this button component, I am importing from the component/UI/button folder. Okay, so over here this is the button file already there, and from there we are using this button component, and here you can add any text and then save it. Now if I go back and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful button get added to our screen. That's how easily you can create. So you don't need to write your own Tailwind CSS for this kind of components. Shared CN is already helping us for that. So I hope you understand how easily we set up the shared CN and set up our application as well. Now, before moving to the next chapter, the quick thing I want to introduce is to update the font for our application. So simply go to the layout.tsx file, and here if you see the font they are using from the next/font/Google. So simply you can go to the Google font and you can search whichever font you want. Okay, just remember the name of the font, then we'll go back and I will remove the old font because we don't want to use that, and whichever font you want to use you can simply import that. So in my case I want to use this DM Sans, so I will use it. If you want to use something like outfit, you can use that one. It's up to you. Okay, whichever font you want to use. Then over here we'll say constant f font is equal to DM Sans, and inside this you can simply add a subset, and then we'll say Latin, something like this. Perfect. Okay, and then save it. Now for this body I will add a class name, and inside this class name we'll say ffont.class name, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see the font is now changed to our own custom font. Now one more last thing we want to do is to change this primary color. Right now it's a kind of black color and we want to change it. Now in order to change the primary color for all the shared CN, simply go to the global CSS, search for this primary, okay, for the light color, and here you can replace with your own color. But with the latest version of the shared CN, you cannot use your hex color code. You need to be in the form of OKLCH, and obviously it's very hard to write in that format. So simply what you need to do, go to this OKLCH site. Okay, on that one you simply enter your hex code which you want to use, copy this color code, and now paste it here and save it, and now you will see the magic. Now if I refresh this, let me save this. I don't think so I saved, and after refresh it works. See, perfect, right? So that's how you can change the font for your app as well, and you can obviously change whichever you want. You can just update that particular color. Now in this second chapter, we are going to create a GitHub repo in order to push our code, and at each chapter we are going to create a new branch in order to push whatever the work we've done in that chapter. Next, we are going to connect our GitHub with a CodeRabbit in order to review code with the help of AI. Now, CodeRabbit is an AI platform to review your code on the GitHub, and it's very easy. CodeRabbit will take care of everything for you. Not only just review, but it will also write what changes you make with the help of AI only. And you just need to connect your GitHub repo with the CodeRabbit, and whenever you create a new pull request inside the GitHub, it will automatically start reviewing your code. If there is any bug or any missing standard, then CodeRabbit will comment on your changes. It's completely optional whether you want to make that changes or not. And most important, you can click the link in the description in order to get a free access for the CodeRabbit. Now, once that is done, obviously at each chapter we wanna review our code with the CodeRabbit. So first thing first, we'll go to the GitHub and we'll create a new repo. Give the repo name. So here we'll say AI video course generator. Then you can change this visibility if you want, or you can make it as a private or public. Then simply create the repo. Once you create the repo, you need to set the remote origin so that your project will point to that particular repo. So inside the terminal, first thing, make sure to initialize the git by using command git init, and then simply set the remote origin. Once you set the remote origin, over here you can go to the source control, stage all the files, and then give the commit message. So here we say initial commit and say commit. Once you commit, simply publish your branch. It means whatever the code you push, it is now available to your main branch and inside your repo. And if you see, just now we push it. Perfect. Now the second step is simply go to the CodeRabbit, click the link in the description in order to create a new account to get a free access. Once you will jump onto the CodeRabbit dashboard, here you have option to add a new repo. Also you can check all the dashboard, whatever the code review you done, all the summary you can see on the CodeRabbit dashboard. You can also integrate with the MCP servers. You will find a bunch of different MCP server tools over here. You can simply connect it. It is very helpful when you want to create a project detailed summary or notes, whatever. You can directly connect with the MCP server like a Notion, or to deploy with, using a Linar and many other tools which you can use it. You can also see your report and everything. So once that is done, let's go to the repo, click add repo. Over here you need to connect your GitHub account, and then you can give access to the all repo, or you can select only specific repo. So in our case, let's consider that you just want to give access to the AI video course generator, the repo which we just created. After that, simply click save. Once you save it, it will jump back to the CodeRabbit repo page, and then you will see your repo name. It means now CodeRabbit is integrated with your GitHub account. As simple as that. Now, going forward, whenever you create a new branch and created a new pull request, it will start reviewing the code directly. As simple as that. I'm going to tell you how it actually works in the next chapter. But for now, make sure you connected your repo with the Git and the CodeRabbit. In this chapter, we are going to set up a database, and we are going to use a Neon PostgreSQL database. In order to connect our app with the Neon PostgreSQL database, we are going to use a Drizzle ORM, which is an object relational mapping. Also, we're going to create a new user table, and at the end, we are going to push our code to the GitHub so that CodeRabbit will review our code. So, Neon is a very popular PostgreSQL database service provider in the market, and in many of my applications, I already using this Neon PostgreSQL database. The most important, it is widely available to a different tech stack. Also, it's very easy to scale and very easy to use as well. Now, simply click the link in the description in order to get a free access to the Neon, and simply create a new account. If you already have an account, simply log into that, and then you will jump onto this project page. If you don't have project already, make sure to create a new project, or if you have existing project, just open that one. On this project dashboard, you will see some of the options and all the analytics for your that particular project. Now, in order to create a new database, simply click on this connect button. Then under the database, simply click on the create new database and then give the database name. So here we'll say AI video course generator. Then select the account and then simply click create. Then you will get this connection string. Obviously, you will see a different option, but right now we just need a connection string. So we'll copy this string. Then we'll head back to our VS Code, and inside the root directory, I'm going to create a new .env file. And here we'll say database connection string is equal to, and paste the string which you just copied. Now next, once your database is ready. You can see that all the tables by going to this table option, and then make sure to select your database. So in our case is AI. This need to be over here. So AI video course generator, and currently we don't have any table. Now it's time to connect our database with Drizzle ORM to our app. So simply go to the Drizzle ORM, click get started. Over here you will find an option called Neon for a PostgreSQL database. So Neon already have SDK for the Drizzle ORM as well, so that's a good thing. Then you have to copy both this command, go back to your VS Code, and inside this simply paste this command. After that, database URL which you already added, you can just replace this name with as a database URL. Then you need to create a new file, and in which you need to add this database initialization. So copy that. Inside the root directory, I'm going to create a new file called config, and inside this config file we'll create a db.tsx file. Then paste the code which you just copied. As we are using a TypeScript, make sure to add an exclamation mark over here, and then you have to export this db, so that this db instance you can use it throughout the application in any page or component. After that, you need to create a table. Now in order to create a table, you need to write a schema, and that schema contain all the column and everything you want along with the table and table name. So simply copy this example. Then inside the config folder only, we are going to create a schema.tsx file, and then paste the code we just copied. Now over here, if you see, we created a user table, and make sure to export. Now this is a PG table with the table name, then the ID which is the column, which is the integer type, and the primary key. Also is auto generated, so it will generate an ID depends on the record you insert. Then we have the name column with the type varchar, and the validation we added as a not null. We don't need age, so I will remove that, but we need an email, so we added email as well. And we're gonna add one more column called credits, and for this credits we'll add an integer, and we'll add a default value to, let's say, 2. Okay, and that's all, and then save it. So this is the table schema we created. Now the next part we need to do is to add this drizzle config file. So we need to create this drizzle config.ts file inside the root directory, and then copy this content as it is. Now this is a configuration file for the Drizzle ORM, in which we are just telling to the ORM that okay, this is the schema that you need to use, and this is the database credential, and whenever we push the Drizzle changes, that schema will update into a database. So I will tell you how it works. Now inside the schema, first we'll give the schema file path. So here it is inside the config schema.tsx. Then the database URL is already there, you don't need to modify anything, and then save it. Once that is done, now you can just simply run this command called drizzle kit push, and which will push your schema, and then it will generate the table into the database. And if you see, it's saying changes applied. Now we'll go back to the Neon, and inside the table, let's refresh this, and then you will see a brand new table created called users with the column ID, name, email, and credits. Pretty cool, right? Now there is one more thing we can do it. Over here you can even run this particular studio locally instead of going to the Neon every time. So just need to run npx drizzle kit and studio. Instead of push, you just need to write studio, and then it will start this studio on this particular URL. Just open this URL inside the browser, and then you will see the similar studio running locally, okay, with the table which we just created. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you have to set up your database. So that's conclude that we set up the database, we set up a Neon DB with a Drizzle ORM, we also created a user table, and now it's time to push our code to the GitHub. So in order to push this code chapter by chapter, obviously we're going to create a new branch. So go to the source control, Click on the three dots, and inside that you have option to create a new branch. Give the branch name. So in this case, this is the third chapter, or this is a third chapter. So we'll say 3 dot, and here we'll say database setup. Then hit enter. Make sure at the bottom it's get checkout, so you are on this particular branch. Then stage all of this file, then give the commit message, and then say commit. After that you have to publish this branch. That is very important. And once you publish, you can simply go back to the GitHub. So I think I missed, so I will open my GitHub repo which we just created, and there you will pop up with the option to create a pull request. Just click on that. Over here you have option to add a description, and below that you will see all the changes which you made in this particular branch. Simply click on create pull request, and then just wait for a moment. After that, CodeRabbit will automatically start reviewing your code. See, now we'll wait to finish the CodeRabbit review. Over here, if you see, it's also added this beautiful comment. Also, it started summarizing your code as well. So it's simply saying that, okay, you just configure PostgreSQL database with the infrastructure using a Drizzle ORM and many other details. And boom, if you see, it's added a comment on our code. So in this case, if it's saying that use .ts extension instead of .tsx, and also give the explanation why to use TS and not TSX, and there are a couple of more that it's added. Most of them are just to use a TSX. Okay, so it's totally up to you whether you want to make that changes or not, but definitely I will suggest the make the changes with CodeRabbit AI suggested you. And it's very important because it helps us for a IT standard, right? When you get a job, then in the IT job, these PR things are very important because many developers review your code, but in our case, CodeRabbit is doing for us. And at the last, simply merge your code into a main branch. Don't forget to merge your code, otherwise when you create a new branch, your old code might not be there. Okay, so make sure you will push your code. In this chapter, we are going to set up an authentication, and in that we are going to use an email password and Gmail authentication with the help of Clerk. So we'll learn how to set up a Clerk for authentication and for subscription billing. Then we're going to save user data to our database, and at the end we are going to push our code to the GitHub in order to review with the CodeRabbit. Now, click the link in the description in order to get access to the Clerk for a free, where you will get a 10,000 sign-in user for a completely free. Now, Clerk is a authentication service provider platform where you can add an authentication like social media authentication, multi-factor authentication. You can even do the session management and do the magic link authentication, and there are many other features you will find with the Clerk. I am using Clerk from in many of my application, and the most important, it's quite secure. Clerk also recently added the subscription billing feature where you can directly connect a Stripe payment gateway to the Clerk, and Clerk will take care of everything. You don't need to add any line of code in order to add a payment gateway. Just one line of code and boom, Clerk payment gateway will integrate directly inside your project. Everything we're gonna learn in this particular project. So first thing, click the link in the description in order to get a free access to the Clerk. Then go to the dashboard, and inside the dashboard you can simply create a new application. So I will click on create new application, give the application name. So here I will say AI video course generator. Then add a sign in option, whether you want email, you want Google, Facebook, Apple, GitHub, whichever you want, you can simply start adding it. On the right hand side, you will see the actual preview how your sign-in screen will look like once you use a Clerk sign-in component. Then simply click create application, and then it will redirect you to the dashboard. Over here you have option to follow the step in order to integrate the Clerk Next.js, or you can click the link in the description in order to get to the documentation. First thing, we'll install the Clerk Next.js SDK inside the VS Code. So inside the terminal, we'll add a new terminal and then simply install the Clerk SDK. Then next step is you need to add this environment key. So we'll copy that, go to your .env file, and inside this we'll add these both the keys. After that, you need to create a proxy.ts file. Now, in a recent Next.js version, the middleware is now changed to a proxy.ts. If you are using the Next.js 15 or older version, make sure to use a middleware.ts file. But if you are using Next.js 16 version or plus, you have to use proxy.ts file. Simply copy that. Then we'll create a proxy.ts file and paste the content which you just copied. Now this content will help us to protect your pages, which we will see in a moment. After that, you need to wrap your application inside the Clerk provider. So we'll go to layout.ts file, which is the root layout of our application, and then we'll wrap inside the Clerk provider. Okay, now make sure to import this Clerk provider. So I have this import statement. You can simply use it over here. You can just remove other import and then just keep the Clerk provider. Now your complete application is protected by the Clerk. Now if you once you run npm run dev, you will see that the Next.js is start working. But we're gonna use our own custom sign in and sign up page. In order to create custom sign in and sign up page, just copy this complete path in order to create a folder and file. First, we'll go to the app folder. Inside that, we'll create auth folder. Now make sure you will create a folder name start with the circular braces so that Next.js will not consider this as a route. And inside that, click on this plus file option, paste the complete path, and then it automatically create a folder and file for you. Then copy this content, paste it here, and then save it. Same thing you have to do for the sign up as well. But before that, now inside your proxy.ts file, you just need to copy this complete code as it is. And then we'll go to the proxy.ts file. Over here, we'll replace this code with a new one. Now over here, if you see, it defined the public route. Okay, and if the public route is there, then we are just telling to the clerk, okay, you don't need to add authentication for the sign in. Obviously it doesn't make sense. And you, other than that, it makes sure to protect all the routes. So clerk will protect all the routes. Then you have to copy this environment keys, and inside your .env simply paste it here. After that, we'll also create a custom sign up page. So same thing you have to do, copy this path, then inside the auth folder which we created previously, select that and then paste this path. So it will create a folders and file for us, and then paste the code which you just copied. After that, you just need to add this sign up as a public route inside the proxy. So over here, I will add the sign up as a public route. Then copy this environment keys, paste it inside your .env file, and that's all, it's done. Now if I go back to our app, and if you see, even though if I go to the localhost 3000, it asks me to sign in first with this beautiful UI component. Okay, but we want a localhost 3000 means our main home page to be a public. So go to the proxy, and here you need to mention, okay, that this is the public route, which is the home or a landing screen. Obviously it's a slash no route. And then if I go back now, you can easily access this. But if you try to access some other route, it will ask you to sign in. Say, pretty cool, right? Now before sign in, let's move this sign in and sign up page or a component in the center of the screen. So we'll go to the sign up first. Over here we'll add a div, and then we'll add a sign up component. For this div, I will say width full, then height full, item to be in the center, and then justify content in the center. So if I go to the sign up page, and instead of width full, let's make it flex first, and then I think this is much better. You can even give the margin top to, let's say, 20. I think 20 is too much. Let's give 10 only. Perfect. Now same thing you have to do for the sign in. So we'll go to the sign in. Over here we'll add a div, and then we'll add this sign in component. For this div we'll make it flex, width to full, height to full, then item to be in the center and justify center. So it will be in the center. So if I go to the sign in page, now it is in the center of the screen. Obviously you can give margin top to 10 and then save it. Now you can select either option, whether you want to sign in with the Facebook, Google or email password. Once you select an option, simply you can sign in with the help of selected account, and then it will redirect you to the page. Right now we don't have the dashboard page, but you can go to the localhost 3000. Okay. Now Clerk provide a lot of different predefined components. For example, let's go to the page.tsx, and here you can add a user button component. See, now this user button component I'm importing from the Clerk Next.js, and it give you this profile picture icon with this beautiful image. Then once you click on this one, you will see a drop down in order to manage your account, sign in, and your email and password along, sorry, your email and your name. If you click on manage account, you will see this beautiful UI to manage your account and all other things. You can even manage your billing once you enable the billing feature inside your app. But that's how and powerful and secure Clerk is. So I will definitely recommend you to use the Clerk. The link is in the description and try it out. Now once you sign up successfully, it is very important to save user information to our database. So in order to do that, first I will create a new file inside this root app folder called provider.tsx. Then let's add a default template, and I will rename this to provider. Now you might wonder how I added this template very quickly. That's because I added a VS Code extension called React Redux Snippet Tool. So not this one, this ES7 plus React Redux Snippet Tool. So make sure to install this VS Code extension along with the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, okay, which help us to write your Tailwind CSS classes much faster. Now inside your provider, make sure to accept the children, okay, and give the type for these children as well, and then render your children inside this provider. Next thing, inside your layout.tsx where your children are rendering, make sure to wrap it inside the provider, something like this, and then pass these children inside this provider. Okay, obviously on the application side you will not see any changes. The reason that we created a provider file, because we can keep this particular provider or component on the client side, and we can keep the layout on the server side. Now for this provider, you can write a method called constant create new user and the arrow function. Now we're gonna call an user API endpoint to create a new user. Now in order to create an API endpoint inside your Next.js application, you can go to the app and simply create an API folder. Inside this API folder, give the endpoint name, so we'll say user, and then we'll create a route.ts file, and that's how easily you can create an API endpoint. Now whichever method you want to create, you can just simply add it here. So in this case I want to create post request, so we'll say export async post, then request of type next request and the arrow function. Over here first we'll check, or first we'll get we need to get a user information, so you can simply get it using await current user. Now this current user method is we are importing from the Clerk Next.js/server, okay, which will return the user information like email, user profile name or user profile picture, everything. Now then we'll check if user already exists in DB, okay. Then here we'll say if not, then create new user in database. So over here we'll say constant user is equal to await, then we'll say db dot user, or here we'll need to say select dot from, and then we'll say user table. Now if you see this user table, it is from the schema file, so that's the reason we are using this drizzle ORM, which you can directly help us. Over here we already have the user, so here I will say users, then we'll add a condition where user table dot email matches with the, this need to be inside this we need to add an equal to sign first, and then we'll say user table dot email matches with the users dot primary email address dot email address. Now this, from this user you can get the email address by providing primary email dot email address and then get user email. Now make sure it's a string, so we'll pass as a string and then save it. Now if the user is already exist with this email, then it will users will return some data, otherwise you can simply insert. So here we'll say if users dot length is equal to 0, it means there is no user with that particular email, then you can create a new user. So we'll say new user is equal to await db dot insert user table dot values, and inside this you can add an email using the user dot primary email address dot email address as a string, then you can add name of the user using the user dot full name, and I think that's all we needed. Okay, and at the last you can say dot returning. Okay, so whichever the record inserted, it will return that record, and then once it is returned, you can simply return next response dot json, and then the new, we'll say new users of 0. Okay, so it will return the inserted record, and if users already exist, then we'll say return next response dot json users of 0, and then save it. Now once you save, let's go back to the provider.tsx and make an API call. Now in order to make an HTTP API call, you need one library called Axios. So we'll install that. So npm I Axios. Now Axios is an HTTP client library which helps us to call and make an API endpoint call. So once you add it, simply you can say constant result is equal to await Axios. Now make sure to import this Axios from Axios, and then we can make post API call slash API slash user, and you can pass an empty body because we don't need to pass anything. I will make this async because we are using await, and once you get the data, we'll simply return this data using the result.data. Now this create new user you need to call inside the use effect whenever this page get load, okay, or this provider get load. So that's how you can call it. Now let's save it, go back to your inspect panel, go to the console, and over here you will see an object which return, means we have id 1 with the email, the credits. It means our record is inserted to database. Now if I go to our database, you will see the new user. If I try to refresh this again and again, right, it will still call it and you will get the data, but it will not insert into database because this email is already exist. So that's how you need to insert a record into a database once user is signed in, and then obviously you need to check if user is new or not. Now next thing, whatever the result you got it, right, you need to make sure to share it across an application instead of calling this API endpoint every time, right? So it makes sense, just fetch it once and share it across different pages, and for that one we are going to use a context. Now context help us to save your data. It's a state management hook inside the React, and then whenever you want you can just use it, and it's very easy. So first thing, simply we already have the hooks folder, either you can create inside this or you can create a new folder called context, and inside the context folder we'll create user detail context.ts file. Now inside that you can create export constant user detail context is equal to create context, and make sure you are importing this create context from the React. Then I will provide a type any with the default value as a null and then save it. And that's how you can create a context. Once the context is created, then you need to wrap your children inside that context provider. So we'll say user detail context dot provider, and then you need to provide a default value. So we'll say value is equal to, and then simply wrap your children inside this provider. Now let's provide a default value. So over here we'll say constant user detail, then set user detail is equal to use state, and then over here by default I will pass it as a null. After this, whenever you get the user information, you can set the user detail with result dot data, and then this user detail and set user detail you can pass to this provider. And now in whichever component or page you want to access this user detail information, you can directly use with the help of context, which we will learn how to get it in the upcoming chapters. But until this point, make sure to implement this context provider as well. And if you have any question until this point, let me know in the comment section, or you can ask on a Discord channel. Or not only that, but you can also ask question on tubegoji.com. Now it's time to push our code to the GitHub. So first we'll go to the source control. We'll create a new branch for this chapter. So we'll go to the branch, create a branch, and here we'll give the chapter name as 4 dot AI video course authentication only. Okay, then hit enter, then stage all of these changes. Over here we'll say authentication, and then commit your changes, publish your branch. Once it is published, go to your GitHub account or GitHub repo, create a pull request, click on create pull request, and then wait for the CodeRabbit to review your code. Once the CodeRabbit review the code, make sure to see all the comments and make the changes if needed. Now in this chapter, we'll understand the application workflow, how we are going to generate an AI video courses. Then we'll start implementing the landing screen. In that one, we're gonna add an header along with the input prompt box and the list of project. And if the project is not created or courses is not created, then we're gonna show an empty state. And at the end, we're gonna push our code to the GitHub for the CodeRabbit to review. Now, mainly we are going to focus on understanding the application workflow and building the UI. So let's understand the complete workflow. Now, when user come to our app, user will enter the prompt whether user want to create a course about React, Python, or something want to learn about some specific topic. Then user enter that prompt, and depends on whether it's a full course or a short video, it will generate a full course content in JSON format with the help of AI model. Now obviously we want to structure our prompt in a such a way that it will generate the proper JSON content, okay, and that JSON generated content we're going to save into our database. After that we're going to redirect user to the course generate page, okay, and then it will start generating the course video. Now this is very important point. Once user start generating the course video, there are multiple steps that we need to implement. The first, we need to generate an HTML Tailwind CSS animated templates or slides, okay, which will mention the complete course content one by one. If there are 5 slides we need to generate, obviously we'll generate 5 slides. Then we'll generate an audio narration for that particular slides, okay, for each of that slide, and then we'll combine it using a remotion in order to play that video, and then obviously our course will be generated. Obviously whenever we created this mp3 file, we need to store it into our some storage. That also I'm going to explain how we can store it for a free. So this is the complete workflow of our application. Now let's understand what and how our landing screen will look like. So if you see this mockup where we have the header, the landing screen along with some content and the input box in order to enter the prompt. Here we're gonna add a drop down. User can select whether user want to create a quick explainer video which will generate only one video, or a full course which will generate a multiple video course. After that we have the suggestion list, okay, where user can pick it in order to try how actually it works. And then user also have the um, previously generated course list. So let's go back to our VS Code, and inside this app folder we're gonna add a new folder called underscore components. Now all the component related to the home screen will keep inside this underscore component, and inside this we'll create header.tsx file. Now let's add a default template and then save it. Now let's go to the page.tsx, which is a default page. I will remove everything from here and simply I'm going to add a header component. Now let's jump to this header component and make sure the header text is showing. Now next thing, we need to add a logo on the left side as per the mockup. So I already added one logo.png file inside the public folder. You will find these free assets. The link is in the description, or you can visit it on tubegurji.com to access these free resources. And if you see, this is simple logo.png file. Now in order to add it, first I will wrap this in a div tag. Then let's add image with the source. Then here you just need to give the path. Okay, you don't need to go complete path, just a slash file name with the extension, and then Next.js will automatically detect that you are trying to access this file from the public folder. Then we'll give a width and the height, and once you save it, you will see that logo. I will increase this size little bit. After this, here we'll say I will add an h2 tag. I will name it as width course and then save it. Now you can add a class name. You can say text large, font medium, and then let's bring everything in one line. So with a gap to 2, item to be in the center. Perfect. I think here we can make this little bit bold, and if you want you can change this color to primary color. So for this width, so I will add a span tag for this text only, and here we'll say text color with a primary. Okay, perfect. After this you can make this Excel little bit larger. Now we want to add a UL tag, and inside this I will add li tag with a home, another li tag will say pricing. Now for this UL tag we'll make it flex, gap to let's say 8, item to be in the center, and for this we'll say class name text larger, and whenever user hover on this one we'll add on hover we'll say text primary. Okay, so make sure it's a hover, and when I hover on this one you will see the text change to primary. Also we'll make font medium and then cursor pointer. Now same class name Tailwind CSS classes will apply to this pricing as well. So whenever we hover we'll see the color change, and at the last I'm going to add a button. Now this is the conditional button we want to add, depends on user is login or not. Now in order to access a user information on the client side, we have to use a use user hook from the clerk Next.js. Now whenever you use any React hook or any hooks, right, you need to make sure that that component will be on the client side. Now over here we're going to simply add a condition. If it's a user, then we're going to show a user button, otherwise we're going to show a sign in button. Okay, so I will add this sign in button component from the clerk, and then in that you can add your own button. So here we'll say get started. Now for this sign in button, you also have mode call model. Okay, so instead of redirecting it to a sign in page, it will show in the form of model and in the same screen, and then you can simply sign in. And I think that's all you needed. And if I save it, you will see currently user is sign in, but if I click sign out, you will see the get started button. Now let's bring everything in one line. So for this div, we'll make it flex, item to be in the center, justify between, and padding to, let's say, 10, or 10 is too much, sorry, let's give 4. Perfect. And this is how it look like. Perfect, right? Also inside your provider.tsx, where we are rendering the children, just wrap this inside the div, and over here I will add a class name with a maximum width of 7xl and maximum x auto. So automatically it will add a margin from the both the side, and then if you see, now that's perfectly look good. Next thing, once you add this header, obviously if I click on this get started, you will see it open the pop-up or model on the same screen where you can simply sign in. Okay, now let's implement the header, the hero section. So in order to add a hero section, let's create a new component inside this underscore component called hero.tsx, and let's add a default template for this hero. Now inside this hero, we're gonna add the input prompt box with some text, but before that, inside the page.tsx, I will add this hero component, and then inside this, let's start adding it. So we'll add a div. If I go to this mockup, first text will add, I will copy that as it is. So we'll paste this, and if I go back, this is how it look like, but we have to make sure everything in the center. So we'll say item to be in the center, flex column, and margin top to, let's say, 20. Now for this one, we'll say text 3xl, font bold. I think we can make it, let's make it 4xl. Perfect. After this, you can make this text with a primary color to just give a better look. And then below that, we're gonna add another line in a p tag. So I will just copy from our eraser doc, and I will make sure it's center of the screen. So we'll say text to be in the center, text is of gray color, and then margin top to 3, text to XL. I think this is much better, but you can increase the size little bit more. It's totally up to you. Okay. Now the next part is to add this input prompt box, right? And for that one, you can simply use a shared CN. So I will go to the shared CN component, go to the components here. Yeah, they recently introduced this input group component where you can add the component like this. See, okay. Now if you scroll down, you will find a different example. You don't need to install because it's already installed inside our project. But if you scroll down, there is one example which you can help, you can simply use it. So you can use this example. So simply, first thing, you need to copy this import statement as it is. Then you can copy this input group. So I will copy this along with this div. Maybe you can add it over here. Now you don't need to add this text area input group size. Instead of that, you can use a input group text area. Okay, and then save it. Once you save, you will see that input box, beautiful, along with this button. Now I will add a maximum width, let's say large. I'll make it XL. Then we want to give margin top to, let's say, 5, and I will add some rounded corner. I think maybe not here. We need to add to this one. Perfect. Next, instead of this submit button, we'll just add a send, use this send icon, and the size I will change this to icon only, or here we have icon small, something like this. Now here you can add another drop down. So from the shared CN only, you can just search for the drop down called select. So if I use this select, and if I open this, you will see an option to select it, and the select option will show it inside this box as well. So it's quite easy. Simply import this statement, and then you can use this select drop down inside this add-on only. And once you save, you will see that add-on. Perfect. Now for this input text area, we're gonna change this height little bit. So instead of minimum height to 16, you can give to something like 24, little bit bigger. And we're gonna change this item option. So first I will say full course and quick explain video. Obviously the value will be full course, and here we'll say quick explain video, and the selected value will be the full course. Perfect. See, so this will be the value, and obviously you can switch it between these two. Now let's display the suggestion list. So I already added inside our eraser doc. Okay, so it just has the ID, title, and the prompt. So we'll copy that, and inside the root directory we'll create a new folder, and we can call it as a data. Inside this data we'll create a constant.tss file, and then we'll paste the list which we copied. Make sure to remove this 3 tag, and make sure to export these quick video suggestions as well. Now once we have that inside the hero, we gonna just displaying it. So we'll import this quick video suggestion dot map. Here we'll say suggestion comma index and the arrow function. Then we'll use h2 tag to display it. So we'll say suggestion dot title. Here we'll add a key as an index, and then save it, and this is how it look like. Now let's add some style. So first thing, for this div we'll add a class name, and we'll make it flex with a gap to 5. Then we want to add the class name, so we'll say a border with a rounded to 2xl, then padding x to 2, and then padding to 1 as well. Over here we'll say text smaller. I think this is much better. Perfect. And let's bring this down a little bit. So we'll say margin top to 5. Now over here we'll give a maximum width to, let's say, 3xl, and if you want you can do the flex wrap, so it will be on the next line. Then we'll also add a justify center, something like this. I think that's much better. Okay, so that's how you can create your hero section. Now obviously we need to add the product list. So over here we'll create a new component called, we'll say course list.tsx file, and add a default template. But currently we don't have any course list, right, created. And if user is not logged in, you want to show a popular courses user created. So that section we want to show later on, but you can add that inside your page.tsx after this. So here we'll say course list, and then save it. Okay, so it will display it, but I will just remove everything from there. Also, to give an extra look to our hero section, I already have this small Tailwind CSS styling which you can add inside your page.tsx, and then you will see we have this beautiful color combination added. Okay, now for this text box, make sure the background will be white. okay, and not a transparent. So if I go to this text area, let me bring this down. Over here, if you see, it's saying background transparent, so you can just remove that. If it's not work, then we'll say background white, and along with this you can say background white with a Z to 10 index, okay. And for this one as well, whatever the suggestion we show, we'll add Z to 10 and background to white, okay. So it's up to you. If you don't want that, you can just keep something like this, that's also completely fine. So until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now once we implemented this, simply we're going to push to our branch. So we'll create a new branch. So go to the source control, create a branch called, or create a new branch, and here we'll give a name landing screen. Then stage all of these changes. I will add a commit message, then make sure to commit this. I think, let me cancel this, and then stage all of these changes and then commit it and publish your branch. Once you publish your branch, simply go to your repo, create the pull request, and then wait for the CodeRabbit to review your code. So in this chapter, we are going to generate a new course with a basic layout, so that later on we can generate a slide, a background audio narration, and all the details. Then whatever the course information and config we create, we wanna save it to our database, and then we gonna push our code. So first thing first, obviously, if I go back to our workflow over here, in order to generate this course layout, right, our course content in the form of JSON, we need an AI model to generate it. So we're gonna pass our own prompt and then we'll generate that with the help of AI. Now there are a lot of different AI APIs available in the market, like OpenAI, OpenRouter, and many others. But in order to get a proper output and the free AI model, I'm going to use Azure. So Azure is free, okay. So you can simply join Azure for free trial. You will get $200 of credit to use it, and also there are many free services which you can use it. For example, to store the data or use any AI model. So simply create a new account with the Azure. Once you sign in to the dashboard, you have option to create a Azure Foundry. Now Azure Foundry contains all the AI model which you can access. Simply on the left hand side, just click on this, click create resource. After that, just search for the Foundry, and then you will get an option to create a Microsoft Azure Foundry. Just click on it, select your subscription. Obviously you will get a free credits, so you can just select that, then select the plan and click create. It will create the Azure Foundry for you, and then it will appear on your dashboard. Just select your Foundry, and after that you can just simply go to the Foundry portal. Now this is the best and free way to get the Azure AI model in order to use it for free. Now once you are in the Foundry, you will find a different option, right? Now make sure you will select a East US state or region, okay. That is very important. So that's because you will get an access to a lot of AI model, but you can select any of them. Once you are jump onto this particular model, you will find an option called deployment. But before that, if you want to try any other model, you have playground in order to try it out. So if I go to the chart, you will find a different model which you can try this out. You have assistant, video, audio, image generation, lot of other model. But let's go to deployment. Here click on deploy model and we'll select the base model. Once you select that model, you can search the model which you want to deploy. Now there are a lot of OpenAI GPT model which you can select it, or I think you also get model like DeepSync and all, which you can use that. And once you select that model, simply click confirm to deploy. Okay, now it's free, so don't worry. Once it's deployed, you will see that model on this section. Just click on it, and once you click, you will find an option with all the endpoint URL, the model name, the API key, and everything. You will find it on this model. Okay, so that's how you need to enable the OpenAI's model inside your Microsoft Azure. Now, next thing, simply go back to your VS Code, and inside this VS Code, we'll simply install one library called, I will just use sudo npm I OpenAI. Okay, make sure to install this OpenAI npm package. Once it is installed, in your .env file, you need to add some environment variables. So basically, over here we'll add Azure Open API key. Then we also need Azure Open API endpoint. After that, Azure Open deployment name. Okay, and I think we also need Azure Open AI version. Okay, so these three things we need to get it. So first, let's get the API key. Now, in order to get this API key, you can simply go to the home, but before that, you can even copy this key from here directly. Simply copy it and then paste it here. After that, in order to get the endpoint, I will go to the home and you will see this endpoint, right? Simply copy this endpoint as it is and then paste it here. After that, you need a deployment model name. So go to the deployment. Over here you will see this model name, or you can just copy this model name as it is. And then the most important, the version. Now you will find the version over here, so just copy this version. So over here you will find all the details. Perfect, and then save it. So these are the four important environment variables we need it. Now the next part is to initialize the OpenAI Azure model. So basically we'll go to the config. Inside this config, we'll create a new file called openai.ts, and inside that we'll say export constant client is equal to new Azure OpenAI. If it's not importing, simply you have to import it manually. So we'll say import Azure OpenAI. From OpenAI. Okay, because OpenAI we already installed. Once you have that, now inside this you need to add endpoint. So endpoint we already have inside our .env file. Then we need an API key. Okay, then we need an deployment with this deployment name which we added. So make sure all .env will match. And the last, we need API version. Okay, so API version as well, we already added this API version key. So I will just replace that too. Okay, and then save it. Now we have to make sure you will export this client so that you can use it anywhere. Now let's go to this API, and inside the API we'll create a new folder which is a new endpoint called generate course layout just. Okay, and inside this we'll create a route.ts file. Now inside this we'll create an post request. So we'll say export async function post request type next request and the arrow and the curly braces. Inside this we need to get a user input from the body. Then we need a course ID and the type, whether it's a quick video or complete course, and then we'll say request.json. Okay, now it is very important to write a proper prompt. So I already wrote a proper prompt and it's freely available, so you can find it inside the eraser doc, and which will help us to generate the course configuration with all the details. Okay, so just copy that and we'll keep it inside the constant folder or data folder. we'll create a new file called prompt.ts and we'll just paste it here. Now make sure to remove this 3 code and then save it. So basically it's saying that you are an expert AI course generator or architecture to generate the course, and these are the rules that you have to follow. What will be the course structure, what are the guidelines, and what will be the user input and output. Everything is mentioned. You can modify if you want. Okay. Now if I go to the route.ts, over here we'll simply say constant response is equal to await client. So make sure you are inputting from the config.openai.chart.completion.create, and then inside this you're gonna add a model. So whichever model you want to use, you can simply use it. So if you see, I'm getting the lot of different suggestion. So we'll say Fium mini model, okay, which is again low cost, but don't worry, it's free, so you can use any model. Then we'll say messages, and inside the messages you need to pass the list. Okay, so make sure :messages. Now the first thing, we'll pass a role called system, and then inside the system we'll pass a content. Now our content is nothing but the prompt, and this prompt you can get it from here. So make sure to import this prompt from the data prompt, and next we need to pass a role, user, then inside the content we'll simply going to add a course topic is, and then pass a user input in that case. Okay, and that's all. That's how easy you can make an API call. Now whatever the output we are getting, you need to convert that output in the form of JSON, because you are getting a string. So here we'll say constant raw output, or we'll say raw result is equal to response dot choices dot message dot content. Okay, once you get it, obviously you can simply convert that. So here we'll say JSON result is equal to JSON dot parse, and then simply pass the result. Now once you get the result, simply return the response with a JSON result and then save it, and voila, we simply added this API endpoint which will generate the course layout. Okay, pretty cool. Now next part, let's go back to our hero section inside the hero.tsx file, and that's where on the click of submit button we are going to generate. So over here I will define a state called constant user input comma set user input is equal to use state, and obviously by default the type string. Then we also need a constant type comma set type, and by default will be the full course, and then save it. Now before moving to the next part, it is very important that once we generate a JSON AI response, right, once we have the AI data, we need to save that to database. Okay, we'll add that in later on, but for now we'll check whether we are getting the proper response, and then we'll add it to our database as well. Now inside the hero we'll create a method called constant generate course layout, the arrow function, and inside this we'll write constant result is equal to await axios dot post, and then simply call the API endpoint call course layout. Then inside the body we're gonna pass a user input and the type as it is. Now make sure to import this axios, as we are using await, mark this as a async, and then right now we are just consoling the result dot data. Now when it's generating, we need to show some kind of loading state. So I am defining the loading state as well. By default it will be false, and once course layout start generating, we'll set the loading as true, and once it is finished we'll set the loading as a false. Now this particular method we need to call on the click of this send button. So over here we'll add on click method, and then simply call this method. Now again, whenever the loading is true, so here we'll add a condition: if loading is true, we're gonna show a loader icon. Otherwise, we'll show a send icon. But for this loader icon, we'll add an animation. So we'll say animate spin. Otherwise, it will show a send button. Also, we'll disable this button if the loading is true. Okay, and then save it. Now, along with this one, we are going to show a toast message. Now, Chats here already have a component called Sonar. Sonar is nothing but a toast message. If I click it, this is how it will look like, and same kind of toast message we are going to add. So for that one, you need to go to the root layout inside the layout.tsx file, and inside here you can just add a toaster component from the component UI Sonar. So make sure to import that, and over here I'm going to add an position as top center. So whenever the toast message will appear, it will appear from the top, similar to this one. So if I click on this, it will appear something like this. Also, you can add an option called rich color. Now rich color will give you a color as well, and that we will see in a moment. Now go back to the hero again, and whenever the loading started, we'll show a toast message. So we'll say toast dot, you can add a loading as well, and it's, you can say, generating your course layout. But if you want to add more notification or some kind of alert, that also you can add it. As we are using a hook, so I will mark this component on the client side and then save it. So basically, when it's loading, you can show some kind of alert message that your course is generating, please wait. Okay, so that you can use it from the chat here. So if I go to the chat here, click on this alert, and you can show this kind of alert. Okay, now let's test this out. So I will put some basic topic, let's say React basic course. Right now, also whenever you click on any of this suggestion, make sure that prompt will be added inside this input box. So I will go to this div, and to this div, whenever user click on this, so we'll say on click, we have to set the user input with the value. So over here we'll say suggestion dot prompt, as simple as that. And for this rich text area, we now provide a default value with the user prompt. And also don't forget to, I think we did not added the on change event, so that we will save the user input. So over here we'll say on change with an E, and here we'll say set user input with the e dot target dot value. So it will save whatever user entered and then save it. Now if I click on input React basic, you will see it show that particular prompt added. Also for this one, inside the class name, I will add cursor pointer. So whenever I hover, you will see that change. Perfect. But if you want something like this, React basic course, select the course type and then click send. Now we'll observe the inspect panel. So go to the console, clean everything, and also inside the network tab, we'll find whether we are making an API call and what result we are getting. So let's click send button, and right now if you see, it starts generating the course layout. But there is some issue. It did not actually call, and it's saying the 307 or a temporary redirect issue. That's because it's not really making the call because you are not signed in, see, right? So in order to fix this before making an API request, you're gonna simply add a condition over here. So first I will check if user is signed in or not by adding the user information. So here we'll say use user, and once you have the user information, you can simply add a condition. So we'll check if user is there, then you can simply call this button. Otherwise, you will use this input and everything as it is, but inside this you can show the send button, but I will wrap this particular group button inside the or you can simply let's wrap it inside this. So here we'll say sign in button. Okay, let's wrap it. Let's save this one and close this curly braces. And also I will say model mode as a model. Okay, similar like this get started. So if I click React basic course, click send, it will ask me to log in first. So let's log in to our account. And once you log in, now you can add it. So here we'll say React basic course, go to the inspect inside the network, click send, and now if you see it start loading, and inside the toast as well it's saying generating your course layout, and inside the network you will see now it's completed the course generation. Inside the preview you will see that our course generated the total chapter, course name, course ID along with the course description and the list of chapter. Each chapter has a chapter ID, chapter title and the content as well. Pretty cool, right? So that's how AI can generate the course layout. Now one quick fix we need to do, if you see once the course is generated it's still loading our toast, so we have to uh, just hide that particular toast. So to do that simply you have to use something like this, toast id is equal to toast.loading, and once you are done you can say toast.success saying course layout generated successfully, and then make sure to pass the toast id. Okay, but you also need to maintain a you need to wrap it inside the try catch block. It means if it fails for some reason you can set the loading as a false and show a toast error with saying that okay there is something went wrong, but make sure to pass this id. So the toast message also you can simply add this toast id as well. Okay, maybe you can use this toast id outside of this one and then save it, as simple as that. Okay, so that's how you have to generate it. Now next step we need to save it. So inside the route.ts we need to save this config into our database. Now we don't have the table, so inside the schema file we'll create a new table. So we'll say export constant courses table is equal to pg table, and then we'll say courses. Then we'll need id, we need a user id. Okay, user id nothing but the email which we are going to attach. Then we need a course id, the course name. Then we need a user input which user enter. Okay, after that you can provide a type if you want, and the most important, the course layout. Now this course layout will be in the form of JSON, so we'll say JSON, or just we'll say a type JSON. Make sure you are importing from the PG core. Okay, I think that's all we needed. I think we can add a created by as well. So over here we'll say created add, and instead of this we'll say date timestamp. Let's add a timestamp from the PG core and default to current one. Now once we have the course table, obviously all of this information we need to add one by one. Let's go to hero.tsx file, and here don't forget to pass a course id. Okay, so course id you can generate it. You have option, either you can generate with a unique id, or you can generate like course and some timestamp date. It's totally up to you. So I'm gonna use constant. Here we'll say course id. So over here we'll say await crypto.random UUID, and then this course ID I'm going to pass and then save it. Now inside the route.ts we are already accepting this course ID and the type. Now in order to save that everything inside the database, we'll say constant course result is equal to await not axios or db dot insert, give the data table name. So we'll say course table dot values, and inside this we need to add a course id. Then from the JSON result, so if you remember, if I go to the inspect, and obviously we don't have now, but You will get the course name using the JSON result.course name. User input we already have the type, and then the course layout, nothing but this JSON result. Okay, so over here make sure all the fields are added, and the most important, I think we need a user ID. So user ID we need to pass. Make sure inside the schema user ID will be varchar. So I will change this to varchar, and then you can pass this user ID as a user email. Now in order to get a user email, you can simply get using the user is equal to await current user. Okay, and then you can get a user dot primary email address dot email address, and then save it. Now we created this schema or we updated this schema with the new table, right? So it means you need to push it to our database. So we'll stop this studio and we'll run npx drizzle kit push command. So it will actually push the changes which you made. Also, if you want to add a reference to your user ID, you can simply add a references as well over here. So we'll refer to our user table.email. Okay, and now again I will push these changes. So whenever you make changes in your table and in schema, make sure to push it. And now I will run the studio, and once you run the studio, make sure the table is added to a database, and you will see the courses table with all the details and all the columns. Now let's head back to this route.ts and make sure everything is there. Obviously if you want to return the result, you can simply return it. Okay, and instead of returning everything, I will return this course result only and make sure it's the first. So something like this. Now save it and let's try this out again. So I will refresh this one time, and here we'll say Python basic course. Okay, now once you send this, you will see the toast message start generating the course. On the right hand side you will see our API endpoint is in the pending status. Now it's done. Over here you will see a toast message saying that course generated successfully, and we'll check, okay, this is the result. Obviously it has the ID1, the course name and everything. Okay, there is one more thing I think we need to add, but if I go back to our database, you will see the user ID, course ID and all the details. I thought I missed this course ID, but yeah, we already have the course ID saving into the database. But other than that, you will see all the details, and the most important, the course layout. See, pretty cool, right? So that's how guys you have to save your information or course generated layout into your database. If you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section. Now whenever you after generating your course, okay, so we need to navigate it. So over here we are going to navigate to course editor page. Okay, obviously not editor, but there it will actually going to generate the uh, course, okay, the video course. So make sure in the next chapter obviously we'll navigate once user generated this layout. So guys, let's conclude that we finish generating this new course. We generated the layout, we also save it to our database, and then it's time to push our changes. So we'll create a new branch, and this is chapter 6, and we'll say generate course layout. Click, hit enter, make sure you checked out, then stage all of these changes, and I will provide a commit message, say commit, and then publish your branch. Once you publish, go to the GitHub account on your repo, make sure to create your PR, and then once you create the PR, you will see all the changes which you made it, and I will click on this create pull request. Now we'll wait to finish the CodeRabbit review, and once the CodeRabbit review is done, whatever the suggestion this CodeRabbit gave it to us, we'll make the changes. Interesting thing is CodeRabbit will also give you a proper schema diagram as well, which I'm going to show you how it looks, but we'll wait to finish this code review. And if you see the CodeRabbit review, whatever the features we added, okay, in detail, and then the check, what are the check, there is one warning, two are passed, that's a good thing, and it will suggest some of the things like you can import the date fns and all of these things. That's where that we did not push anything to the date dns. So I will go to the hero section, and if you see we don't need this, we did not use it, so it's suggesting us to remove that, see, right? Then you can update this change, but that's not compulsory. I think pretty much CodeRabbit review our code. So now what we will do, from the schema as well, we have one unused import, so we'll remove that too. So these changes now again I'm gonna push. Here we'll say pr fixes, and then we'll say commit, sync these changes, and once you sync, CodeRabbit again start reviewing the changes which you made it. Okay, and if I go to this pull request, let's go to the pull request now, and if I scroll down, you will see CodeRabbit again started. Okay, but once CodeRabbit successfully review, simply merge your code. Now in this chapter, we are going to display whatever the course layout we generated with the chapter list, course basic information and the content. That's what we are going to display. Then we are also going to set up a remotion for our video player, and at the end we will push our code. So this is how our mockup will look like. Once you are on the course/course ID, then you can simply show the course basic information like course name, description, whether it's a beginner level, difficulty level. On the right hand side, we want to show a course preview, which is a video player with the help of remotion, which we are going to add. After that, below that particular section, we are going to show a course preview with all the chapter content, and for each chapter we are also going to add the video for that one. Okay, so it's very straightforward, very easy. So let's go back to our application first, and inside this we're gonna create a new route. So inside this app folder, I'm going to create a new folder called routes, and inside these routes we're gonna create course as a new endpoint, and again we want a dynamic route. So obviously course ID will be different for every time, so we'll say course ID. This need to be a folder, so make sure you are adding as a folder inside the course, and then we'll say page.tsx file. Now let's add a default template, and we'll rename this to course preview, and then save it. Now you have to make sure whenever inside the hero component you generate the course, will redirect it. We already commented this, added this comment, right? So in order to navigate programmatically, use a use router from the next/navigation, and then simply you can use a router dot push slash course/course ID. Okay, so it will navigate to that particular route. Now if I go to /course/any course ID, it will navigate to that course preview page. But if you observe, we don't have the header. That's because we added the header only on the home screen, right? So instead of adding it over here, I will remove it from this home page and I will add it inside the provider.tsx. Okay, something like this. Now make sure to import this header inside the provider, so this header will be applied throughout the application. And now if you see, for the course as well, we have the same header. Perfect. Now let's go to this course preview section, and inside this course preview section we'll create a new component for the course preview card. So under this course ID, we'll create an underscore component folder, and all the components related to this particular page will keep inside this underscore component. Inside here we'll say course info card.tsx. Let's add a default template and make sure to import this course info card over here as well. Okay, so that it will display info card. Now The very first thing we need to do is to get the course information based on the course ID. Now if I go to our database, and this is the course ID, so I will use this course ID, and based on this course ID we need to fetch the record from the database. So for that one, first we need to write an API endpoint for that. So I will go to this API, we'll create a new endpoint called course, and inside that we'll create a route.ts file. Then we will export async function. This will be the post request next request, and then we need to get the course ID, right? So we'll say course ID, as this is not a post, this is a get request because we want to fetch the data. So over here we'll say request dot next URL dot search param dot get, and then we'll say course ID, as simple as that. So that you will get the course ID, and now based on this course ID we will get the course information. So here we'll say courses is equal to await db dot select from, and then give the course table reference. Then inside the where we'll say course table dot course ID matches with the course ID, and here this is string, so mention it as a string, but we need to add an equal to because we are matching this both the column. Something like this, make sure to import this equal to from the drizzle ORM, and then save it. So you'll get the list of courses, but with this course ID obviously you'll get only one course information. And in the end we'll say return next response dot json, and then we'll say courses, and obviously you need to return the first record only, and then save it. Now inside this course preview we need to get that course information, so we'll say get course detail, the arrow function, and inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot get slash API slash course, and then we'll say course ID. Now we don't have the course ID yet, right? Now in order to get this particular course ID, you can get it by using constant course ID is equal to use params. Okay, now this course ID text should match with your folder name course ID, and once you have the course ID you can pass it. As we are using await, I will mark this method as asynchronize async, and then over here we'll say constant result dot data, and then save it. Now this course detail you need to call whenever this component load, and most probably when you have the course ID. So we'll say if course ID is there, simply call the get course detail method. Now we'll check whether we are getting data or not. As we are using the use effect inside this component, we need to mark this as a client because we are using a React hook, and React hook only works on the client page side. So over here, if I refresh this screen, now you will see we got the course information like course ID, the course layout, and all of the data. Okay, now we need to define this type as well, and we need to save that in a state. So we'll say course detail comma set course detail is equal to use state, and inside this use state you need to define a type for this one. Now we'll define all the type under the type folder, so it will be at one place. So we create a type folder, and inside this type folder, or you can give the small only, inside this we'll create course type dot tsx file, and here we'll say export export type course, and inside this you need to provide this type. Now let's say you have course ID of type string, then we have the course name course at, so here we'll say course name of type string, then we also have the type user ID user input, so here we'll say type of string, then created at, I think created add is of type string again, so this is of type string. Then what else we need? We need a course ID, which we already have. If you want, you can provide ID. Again, ID is if of type number. If you want to add a user input, it's totally up to you. Okay, and here we'll say type as well, or type already defined. Now the another important thing we need to do is add course layout. Okay, so we'll define the course layout, but course layout is of type course layout and it's a list. Okay, so if I go open this, oh, it's not a list, it's just course layout. Okay, now we'll define a course layout. So here we'll say export type course layout, and inside the course layout we again have the course ID, name, level. So here we'll say course name of type string, course uh, description of type string, then we have the course ID of type string, and level and total chapter level. So level as type number, and then total chapter of type number. Level is of string, sorry. And after that we also have the chapters. Okay, so over here we'll add a chapter of type chapter list. Now let's define this chapter as well. So we'll say export type chapter, and inside this chapter, if you observe, we need to add a chapter ID, chapter title. So we'll say chapter ID of type string, then the chapter title, and then sub content. So here we say sub content, and sub content is just a list of string. So that's the reason I added this string. So you can write something like this as well, and then save it. Now once you define this type, obviously later on you can modify if you need it. You can attach to this one. So here we'll say course type, and then I think it's just one course, so you don't need to provide anything, and then save it. And then over here we'll say set course detail with the result dot data. Now once you define this course detail, you need to pass it to this info card. So we'll say course, and then we'll say course detail. Now go to the info card. Over here we'll accept it as a course of type props, and we'll define a local props over here, and type is course only, and then save it. Here we'll define undefined as well. Perfect. Now inside this course info card, first I will add a div, and to this div we'll add a padding to, let's say, 5. Then I will add a grid column 1 on the smaller screen, and on medium screen we'll say grid column 2 with a gap to 5. After this we have first left section. On this left section I will add an h2 tag. Inside this we'll add a sparkles icon first, and we'll say course preview. Now let's wrap it. So we'll say class name, or not for this one, but over here we'll add a class name, flex, gap to 2, padding to 1, padding x to 2. We'll add a border with a rounded to 2xl, something like this. Okay, and we'll say flex wrap, and instead of flex wrap we'll say inline flex. Okay, so that's how it look like. I think that's good. Then after this we're gonna add h2 tag in order to show a course title. So we'll say course name, we'll say text 5xl, font bold. I don't know why it's not displaying. Let me refresh this. Oh, just refresh this one, and then you will get it. For this one I will add margin top to, let's say, 4, some space between these two sections. Then below that I'm gonna show a description. So we'll say course dot course layout dot course description. Okay, for this one we'll say text larger, and then we'll say text muted foreground. Okay, and if you want you can give margin top to 3 for this one as well, and below that we want to show whether it's a beginner or not, so we'll add a h2 tag. Over here we'll simply going to add chart no axis increasing icon, and then over here we'll say a level, so we'll say course layout dot level. Now for this div we'll add a, not div but for this h2 tag we'll add a class name, padding x to let's say 3, padding to 2, we'll add a border, we'll say rounded, and then save it. Now let's make sure to put it in one line, so we'll say flex with a gap and item to be in the center, and then here we'll say flex inline flex. Perfect. And also for this div we'll add margin top to 5. Similar way I'm going to add another one, so over here we'll say book open icon, and then we're going to show a total chapters. Okay, now because of adding the TypeScript, right, it will be very easy and it avoid the error for the when you are accessing any fields, right? So that's the reason TypeScript is more important. Now once you add that, for this particular div we'll make it flex gap to let's say 5, so some space between this. Also for this icon, we are going to change the color, so here we'll say class name text sky, let's say 400, and for this one we'll say class name text emerald, let's say 300. Perfect. Now make it green 400. Perfect. Okay, so that's how our section will look like. Obviously over here I will give more padding. Okay, now for this particular div I'm going to add a gradient color, so we'll say background gradient bottom right, then from slate we'll say 950 via slate 800 to Emberland 950. Okay, so I don't know why it's not showing. This need to be a gradient. Oh, this need to be to background right, something like this. See, now obviously you have to make sure this color will need to replace. Okay, so for example for this one I will add text white, border we'll say gray, maybe something like this, or you can add 40, so little bit transparent. Okay, or let's add more. Perfect. Then for the Python basic as well, we're going to change this color to text white, and beginner and all here as well. For this div only I will add text white. Perfect. And if you want you can add more padding, so here I change this to 20 and that's look much better. If you want you can make the rounded to 2xl, it's totally up to you. Over here need to be 20. Now on the right hand side we want to show a player preview, right, and for that one we need a remotion, but before that let's first show all the content and then we'll set up the remotion. So next thing we need to show a course content, so we'll create a new component called course chapters.tsx, add a default template, and then make sure to add this component on your page.tsx file for the course preview. So here we'll say chapter or course chapter, and to this course chapter you need to pass course information again. So inside the course chapter you need to accept this course and define a local prop type of type course and then save it. Now for this course chapter, I'm gonna add a class name, and then we'll say maximum width to 6 XL. Okay, so it will be little inside hopefully. Now at the top I will add h2 tag and we'll say course preview. Also let me wrap this inside the div, and then on the right side we'll add chapters and short preview as a text. Now for this one we'll add a class name, we'll say font bold, text XL, and for this h2 we'll add a class name, text smaller, and then text muted color, and we want this on the right side. I will change this to 2 XL. Perfect. And for this div we'll make it flex, justify between item to be in the center, and for this we'll add a margin top to 10. Then we'll also give some padding, so we'll say padding to 10 as well. Then you can give this tool only, let's say 5. Perfect. Now let's add a border to this section, so we'll say border rounded to let's say 3 XL, and if you want you can add little bit of shadow. Currently we provided this to 3 XL. Okay, so maybe for this page.tsx you can add a class name flex, flex column, item to be in the center, so it will be in the center. And for this div for the course chapter, now you can say width to full. Okay, perfect. Next thing, we need to iterate all of this chapter one by one, so we'll use a div. Inside the div we need to add a course layout chapter map and chapter of index. Okay, now after this we added 2 times, we need to add a div. Let's add a div over here, and then inside the div first thing we need to show a title and all. So inside the h2 tag I will add index plus 1, and for this one we'll add a class name with a padding to let's say 2, a background primary, and then I will just make it little bit transparent. Then we'll say inline flex. Here you can give height to 10, width to 10. Let's say how it looks. Item to be in the center, or let's say text to be in the center because this is text, and then we'll say rounded to 4 XL. Here we'll also add justify center, so it will be in the center. Perfect. Now instead of adding the raw div, we will add a card from the shared CN, okay, to get the better look. And inside this card we'll add a card header, and inside the card header we'll add a card title as well. Okay, now for this h2 I will add this inside the div, and then inside that div we'll add a card title. Perfect. Now for this one we'll simply add chapter title, and this is how it look like. But for this div we'll make it flex, then we'll give gap to let's say 3, item to be in the center. Okay, now for this card title we'll add a class name. When the screen size is medium or larger, we'll say text to large, text base as well. Okay, you can increase the font size if you want, so maybe we can say text to, let's change this to XL maybe. Perfect. Now after this card header, once you define, then we'll use a card content to display. Okay, now inside the card content we need to show all the card sub chapter content, right? So over here we'll say chapter dot subcontent.map. Here we say content, index, and the arrow function. Inside this, we'll simply add a div, and then first we'll add a dot icon. For this dot icon, you can add a class name, margin top to 1, height to 5, width to 5, and text primary color. And then we'll add in h2 tag as a content and then save it. Now for this div, we'll add a class name, make it flex, gap to 2, item to be in the center. I think you don't need to give margin top, automatically it will come in the center. See, now let's give some gap as well. So inside the card content, we'll wrap inside this div, okay, and just for this one we'll say margin top to 2, so some space, see, something like this. Also for this div, okay, so for this chapter D only, for this card I will add a class name, margin bottom to let's say 5, so some space between this all of this card. Now on the right hand side we need to show a player preview, okay, so basically I will add another div, okay, and can wrap again this chapter list in another div because we want to divide into 2 sections. So basically we are going to add a grid with a grid column 1 for the smaller screen, and for medium screen we'll say grid column 2 with a gap to 5, but we want the player on the right side, okay, so over here we'll say text player, and we want on the right side, so instead of just giving a gap you can say justify between. I'm not sure whether it will work or not, so instead of this I think better another option is to just use a flex, and here we'll say item to be in the center. I think this is much better, see, okay, so that's how we have to do it. Over here I think we already added, perfect. Now for this div, give the key as an index, and for this card as well don't forget to give key as an index. Now another important thing, for this div we'll add a class name, margin top to let's say 5, so some space between these. Now we're gonna add some interesting things. So basically this card we are going to overlap on the top one. So for this particular course chapter div, we can simply going to add a minus margin top 5, okay, so it will on the top of it. Now we'll add a background, so here we'll say background background only, but I'm going to make it lighter, and also we'll change the background blur as well. So over here we'll say background blur, okay, so it will show some kind of blur effect as well, and I think that's look much better. Now let's set up a remotion. Remotion is a library to make a video programmatically. With the help of React, you can create videos. Obviously, you can use HTML, you can use your actual video, anything. You can add it to your remotion library, and then it will generate a beautiful video for you. In many of my previous project, I added this remotion, and if you want to learn and build an application using the remotion, I will put the link in the description, so go ahead and check that out as well. Now simply go to the remotion.dev, I will put the link in the description, go to the documentation, and over here we already have the existing project, right? So just click on this installation in existing project, simply copy this command line, go to your VS Code, and inside the terminal simply install this. Once it is installed, you are ready to use the remotion. Now with the help of remotion, you can do a lot of different things which you can find it on the documentation, or simply you can go to my TubeGurji channel and search for the project like AI short video generator, or there are some project like building a proper YouTube short video generator as well, okay, it's free and you can check that out as well. Now once your package is installed, for the remotion simply we'll go to this component folder, and then we'll create a new component called chapter video.tsx file, okay, let's add a default template and then save it. Now head back to your course chapter and course info card, because at the both the places we want to add this video player. Now inside this we already have this div, so inside this div only we'll create another div and then we'll add a player. Okay, now this player we need to add from the remotion. If not imported automatically, you have to import it manually. So we'll say import player from at remotion slash player. So we'll say remotion slash player. Okay, and then for inside this player you need to add or provide few important components. So very first thing we'll add a component. So we'll say component. Okay, I will provide a null for now. After this you need to add a duration in the frame. So how much time your video will be long. So in duration of frame I will just say 30. Okay, because we don't have any component attached yet. Okay, then we'll add a composition width. Okay, so what will be the pixel size? We'll say 1280 and composition height will be 720. Then the frame per second, so frame per second I will add 30. You can even add a controller, and over here inside the style now we'll give a width as 100% and aspect ratio will be 16:9. Okay, now move back to this component. Now we already created one component called chapter video. That chapter video I'm going to attach. Now whatever you show inside the chapter video will play inside that player. Okay, but inside this chapter video we need to add instead of this div we'll add an absolute fill. Now this absolute fill is from the remotion. It's like a div tag. Okay, but it will fill your complete player, and inside this we'll add just text called hello world. Now if I go back to our app, you will see this player. Okay, and this player we give only 30 duration in a frame, right? Now 30 nothing but the 1 second, because that's what the frame per second we provided. So it means we are running 30 frames with this 30 frame per second. It means just 1 second, and that's the reason it's showing only 1 second. Okay, and we have this controller and everything. Perfect. Now for this player you can add a class name, and then we'll add a border with a rounded to 2xl. You can say border, or let's add a border to 2, and we'll add a border white, but over here provide to 10. I think this is much better. Perfect, right? So that's how you can add the player. Now same thing you have to do it for other section where we are showing the chapters. So I will simply copy this player as it is, and inside the course chapter I'm going to show this player. Make sure to import this player from the remotion player and the chapter video component as well. And if I refresh it, oh, somehow it's not showing. So due to some reason it's not showing. That's because we added this flex with a justify between, and somehow he don't like that. So we'll make it grid with a grid column 2, gap to 5, and I think this is much better, say. Okay, so over here for this player style we'll give the height, let's say 180 pixel. Okay, and you can change this width to, let's say, 80. I think this is better. Okay, so that's how you can show the each chapter video as well, and at the top it will show all the chapters video as a one video only. Okay, now next we'll learn how we can actually generate the course content like slides and everything with the audio, and then how to run inside this player. But before that, let's push our code, whatever the changes we made in this chapter. So we'll create a new branch by going to the source control. Then we'll give the branch name. So over here we'll say 7 course preview screen. Then we'll stage all of these changes, add your commit message, publish your branch, and then simply go to your repo. From there you can create a pull request and then once you create the pull request, wait for a CodeRabbit to review your code, check all the description and everything, and once that is done, you can simply merge your pull request. Now in this chapter, we are going to generate an actual video content. In that, we are going to generate an HTML slide, which will be the animated based on the actual audio narration. So after creating this HTML slide and content, it will also generate the audio file, and after that it will generate the caption and everything. We're gonna save it to our database. So let me explain you in a flow wise. So very first thing, we need to generate all the content which we needed along with the HTML slides. Then we need to generate an audio. Okay, so the narration is already inside this content, and based on that one we need to generate an audio, and I'm going to tell you how to generate it for free. Okay, then we're going to save it to our that generated audio blob into a database, that also free, don't worry. Then we're going to generate a captions for the uploaded audio, and then we're going to update to our database. Now I already added a prompt in order to generate this content. Okay, and later on we'll just making a multiple API call to generate the final result, and this is the complete workflow. Now once you have the JSON generated from this first step, then later on I will explain what are the fields used for. That is very important, because we are not just simply showing a slide one by one. No, we are actually generating a proper animated video, okay, based on of our narration and the caption. That's what all this course all about. Okay, so first thing first, let's go back to our application, and then we are going to create an API endpoint. So inside this API, we'll create a generate video content. Then inside that, we'll create a route.ts file. I will create a post request. So we'll say async function post type next request, and then we're gonna get some of the field from the body. So very first thing, we need a chapter content. So we'll say chapter. Then we need a course ID so that we can save it to our database. For now, let's keep it as simple as it is, and here I will say request.json. Okay, and at each step we are going to test one by one. Now first thing, we need to generate JSON schema for video content. After that, we need to generate an audio file using TTS for narration. Then we're going to generate the captions, or not caption, but we need to store audio file in a cloud storage. You can use any cloud storage, but we are going to use an Azure because we already have the account for that one. Then we're going to generate captions for the audio file, then save everything to database, and then we'll finally return the response. Okay, so step by step we are going to do. Now let's generate the JSON schema for the video content. So inside this, we need to make an API call. So we already implemented over here, right? So I will just copy that as it is, and over here make sure to import this client. Then you can use any model which you want. Now instead of this system prompt, I already have the system prompt to generate the video content, so we'll paste it inside the data prompt.ts at the bottom. You can copy it from the eraser doc. Okay, so make sure to remove these 3 dots, and from here as well, and then you can simply use it here. I will just rename these to generate video prompt content prompt, and then we'll paste it here. Make sure to import that. After this, whatever the chapter we are passing, we're gonna pass over here. So here we'll say chapter detail r, or we'll say is, and then we'll say chapter dot to string, or you can simply stringify this. So we'll say json dot stringify, and then we'll pass. Okay, now we'll get the response, right? So over here we'll say constant, the result, I will say AI result is equal to response dot choice dot message dot content, right? Now this will return the string. We need to convert into a proper JSON. So we'll say constant video content JSON is equal to JSON dot pass, but whatever the AI result will get it, we need to make sure we'll replace this tag with an empty and this empty string as well. Otherwise, if it's not there, then it will return nothing, right? And then once we have the video content JSON, now let's test this out. So we'll say return next response dot JSON, and we'll just return this video content JSON. Now at each step we are going to test it, so we'll get to know whether we are getting proper result or not. Let's save everything and then head back to your course preview page. So inside the routes we have this page.tsx file. Now once we get the course detail, we'll write a constant. Here we'll say generate video content, the arrow function. Now inside this, first we'll iterate it one by one because we have the course detail, right? Or you can simply call this generate video content directly or bypassing this information. But every time we don't need to call it, because obviously once you have the content generated, it doesn't make sense to generate it again, right? Now before moving, we'll create a new table which will save this video content. So I will go to the schema file inside the config, and inside this schema we'll create an export constant. Here we'll say chapter table pg chapter with a course id. Okay, then you need to add a chapter id, which we already have, the video content in the form of JSON, and the created ad. Along with this one, we need a caption. So caption will be in the form of JSON again. The audio file URL, that also you need to add. Okay, I think that's all we needed for now. Now let's save everything, but we are going to save a slides information and not the complete chapter as a JSON. Now let's create a table to save all of these generated slides. So we'll say constant, then we'll add chapter content slides is equal to pg table. Inside this, we'll add chapter content slides, and then we need to add an id which is auto generated. Then we need to add a course id, okay, and the chapter id which is belong to that. After that I will add a slide id and slide index as well. Okay, but obviously both will be the different. Then we'll add an audio file name. Okay, after this we'll say narration. Obviously I will put a type JSON with a not null, the HTML of type string, and the reveal data. Obviously this reveal data help us to reveal and animate our animation our slide, that I will explain you later on. Now for HTML I will give the type as a text, okay, and pg core, make sure to import that and then save it. So make sure you are adding all of these columns, and then I will export this so that we can use it. Now once this is done, make sure to push your changes to the database by using this npm result kit push command, and then you can run the studio, verify that this column is now generated and added to our database as well, and you will see a brand new column called chapter content slide. Perfect. Now it is very important, first we need to check if we have any content generated for that particular chapter. So when we fetch the course information, right, inside the page.tsx from this get course detail, we are also going to return the chapter or content slide. So here we'll say constant chapter content slides is equal to await db dot select from chapter content slides. I think the name, let me go to the schema and I will copy this name as it is. Now make sure to import that. So I will say slide, maybe because we have the same name, dot where, and then we'll add an equal to sign with a chapter content dot slide dot course id matches with our course id as a string. Okay, so we'll get this result. Now you can simply return it like course of 0 and then chapter content slide with the result and then save it. Okay, now in this case, if I go to our page.tsx for this course type, you can add one more field called chapter content slide. Okay, so you can just export all of this new field called type chapter content slide. Perfect. So obviously it has an ID, then it has a course chapter ID, slide index, audio file, narration with a full text, HTML and reveal data. This particular type, make sure you are passing to this course. And now you will see a different, not different, but new field inside this course detail. So if I go back, and obviously nothing will change on the UI side, but if I refresh it, now inside this object you will see a new field called chapter content slide, and currently it's showing empty because we don't have any record. Perfect. Now whenever the field is empty, then we need to call this generate video content. Okay, so over here we'll say if result dot data dot chapter content slide is 0, then we're gonna call this generate video content. Okay, and to this one we're gonna pass result dot data as it is. Now over here we'll fetch as a course of type course only. So whatever the data we pass is it of type course, we'll accept it and then save it. Now over here you can show some kind of loading state. So simply we're gonna use a toast. Okay, so we'll say toast dot loading and then we'll say fetching course detail, and once it is done we'll say, or first we'll say constant loading toast. You need to give you need to save it inside the constant so that you can just dismiss it. So we'll say toast dot, or we'll say just dismiss and loading toast and then save it. Okay, so let's test this out. So if I refresh it, maybe instead of dismiss we can say toast dot success course detail fetch successfully and then pass this id so that it will close the loading state. Now if I refresh it, you will see the course detail fetch successfully. Now next thing, we need to generate the content. So we'll say again toast dot loading and generating video content using AI. And if I refresh it, obviously if you see it's saying that it's generating the video content. Perfect. Now obviously we need to call an API endpoint. So we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post slash API slash generate video content, and then inside the body we need to pass a chapter. So chapter, obviously we have course dot course layout dot chapters, right? But obviously we need to pass each chapter one by one instead of passing all together, right? So to do that we need to iterate this all the chapter one by one. So simply we want to use course dot course layout dot chapters dot for each, and then we'll say chapter and the arrow function. But the problem with this one, right, it's not asynchronous and we need to execute one by one. Once it first is finished, then only we need to go to the next one. So to do that, we'll use for loop. We'll say let I is equal to 0, I is less than course layout dot chapters dot length, and then I plus plus, and inside that we're gonna add it, right? But for now I'm only generating one course, right, in order to test it. So here I will just add, or you can just add if I is greater than 0, just break it. Okay, now I will mark this as async and then save it. After this we'll console the result. So we'll say result dot data, so we'll get whatever the output we have, and then you can simply set the toast dot success, and here instead of adding this loading state, what I will do, I will create I will add it inside the for loop, and here we say generating video content for chapter and the index. So here we'll say index plus 1. Oh, just we have I, so we'll say I plus 1. And then once we define this I plus 1 means for the first iteration, it will say it will generating video content for chapter 1, chapter 2 and so on. And then over here we'll say constant toast loading is equal to, and once it is finished we'll say toast dot success video content generator for chapter, and then we'll disable this loading. Again for the next iteration it will start loading again. Okay, now once you get the result, we'll just consoling, we'll verify whether it's generating data or not. If you see it's already started generating the content for us, so we'll wait, and over here instead of this let's refresh it, so we'll get a new, and now if you see it's saying generating video content for a chapter 1. Okay, so right now in network tab, if you see this tab, it is in the pending status right now. Okay, it means it's generating the content, so we'll wait to finish it. And right now if you see, now it started generating the content for chapter 2. Now if I go to the console over here, you will see it generated the audio file name, HTML content, and it generated 3 different slides. Pretty cool, right? And now if I go over here, obviously it's not supposed to generate the next one, but let's, okay, so obviously it's not generating the next one, but we have this loading. Maybe we can move this after this if loop. Okay, perfect. Now inside that if you see we have this audio file frame, all of this detail, right? And now once we have that, we gonna save that into our database as well. But it's totally up to you whether you want to save it right now or you want to wait to generate all the details. Now we understand that we are able to successfully generating this content. So right now I will just comment this out, otherwise it will generate every time. Okay, now next step is to generate the audio file. Okay, now in this case if you carefully observe, we have 3 different slides, and for 3 different slides we have 3 different narration script. Okay, so in order to add a testing or this dummy data, right, let's generate it, but I will just make sure to convert into a stringify. Okay, or another option, you can go to the network tab, and from the network tab where we have this generate video content, from the response you can copy everything as it is. Okay, and then you can save it somewhere so that you can use it. So maybe inside the constant, so if I go to the data, we can create a new file called dummy.ts, and inside that we can keep this dummy data. So we'll say constant video slides, and then save these slides. Okay, for the first chapter. Now this is only for the testing purpose. Let's save this. Now I will comment this code because we successfully generated. Okay, now the next part is to generate the audio file. So over here we'll say constant video content JSON. So over here we need to use a dummy, not dummy, what we call it as video slides. I will just add it as a dummy. Perfect. Now we have the content JSON. Now from this content JSON, let's try to generate the each file one by one. Now whatever the content we generated, in that content for each slide we have the narration and we have the full text, which we need to convert it into an audio file. It means we need to use a text to speech model, and that's why I'm going to use a phonadalab.ai. I will put the link in the description. Phonadalab is an popular and latest and most advanced AI model to convert your text to speech. Now you can even try the demo on their website for free. Also it's free to use, so whatever the API which we are going to create, it's a free. Okay, also it provides up to 22 Indian languages, and it provides a noise cancellation feature as well. And if you see, their end-to-end latency is less than 1000 milliseconds. Okay, and you can even generate 10k plus concurrent voice agent. Now you can even try their phone feature where you can just enter your number and AI agent will call you and he will talk you in a real natural voice as well. You can just enter your Indian phone number and then you can test this agent pipeline. Also for the text to speech model, you can just try the example. Now in this case, if you enter on your own language, simply select the different voices and click generate audio, and it will generate your audio within a second. Also the most advanced feature, which is a noise cancellation from your audio file, is also available on phonadalab.ai. I will put the link in the description so that you will get a free access to this AI model. In this case, our audio is generated within a second and I will play this video. Pretty cool, right? And that's how Phonadalab give you the better quality among other platform. Now, in order to use this Phonadalab, simply click the link in the description and then sign up to the account. Once you sign up, go to the console. Inside this, you need to create a new API key. Okay, here you will see how many credit you use, how many are remaining. You have option to create a new API key, enter the key name. If you have any notes, just add it, and then once the API key is generated, you can simply copy that and then paste it. You can even see all your API usage as well. So what I will do, I will go back inside our .env file, and inside this I'm gonna add Phonada lab API key is equal to, and then we'll paste this API key. After this, you can simply go to the documentation. Okay, here you will find a quick start guide, text to speech model, speech to text model as well, a noise cancellation, and you can also do the real time text to speech and speech to text feature. So with the help of WebSocket, you can easily add it. Now we are going to implement this API inside our Next.js app. You can even search all the available language. You will find the pipeline, how you can actually implement this voice agent pipeline architecture. Everything is provided by the PhoneLab. Now inside the text to speech documentation, you will find this URL which we needed. But first, let's go back to our API under the generate video content. Over here we're gonna generate it, so we'll say for let I is equal to 0 because we want to generate for each slide. I is less than video content JSON dot length and then I plus plus. Inside this we need to get an the content, So we'll say constant narration is equal to video content JSON of I dot narration dot full text. Okay, so this, for this text we need to convert it. Then we'll simply call the Fonada lab. So we'll say Fonada result is equal to await. Then we'll make Axios dot post API call slash, not slash, but you can simply copy this endpoint and we'll paste it here. After this, you need to provide an input. Okay, so we'll say input will be this narration which you want to actually convert it. Then you need to provide a voice. Now you can find the all the voice list over here. Okay, there are different voices, whichever you want you can just copy that. Now I will use this voice, so I will paste it here. Then you need to provide a language. So in this case it's totally up to you which language you want to add. Now in this case let's add English as a language. Then we'll add a header as well, so we'll say headers, and inside the header let's add a content type as application JSON. And then for authorization you need to add a bearer token. So this need to bearer token, so we'll say bearer $process.env and then the API key. So we'll paste this API key as well. Now outside of this one you can even provide a response type, that is important, and we're going to provide a response type as an array buffer because we want to save that on a blob storage on a Azure cloud. Okay, and then you can add a timeout to, let's say 12 I think 120k, perfect, and then save it. Now once you have this Fonada result, you can simply convert it into a buffer. So maybe outside of this one we'll say constant audio buffer is equal to buffer dot from, and then Fonada result dot data. Okay, and that's all you need to do, and then save it. Now whatever the audio buffer we got it, we need to save that to a blob storage. But first I will just console this result. Obviously it's not a human readable, but we'll check whether we are getting the result or not. Now in order to test this one I will go back to our route inside this page.tsx file. Now just uncomment this so it will run it. Let's save it, go back to your project. I will open the inspect panel. Obviously it will not print on this panel, but you can do that. Simply you can write this audio buffer as a result. I don't think so that is possible. So it's not returnable, but that's completely fine because we'll just console and we'll check inside the terminal. So I will refresh this, and if you see it's saying generating chapter 1. Okay, that's pretty good. And inside this console you will find the result, and boom, if you see we got the buffer data. That's what we want. And once we got the buffer data, it means we can simply save that to the cloud storage. So that's how you have to set up the Fonada lab. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. You can also ask any question on my Discord channel related to this fonadalab.ai. Now whatever audio buffer is generated from this Fonada lab API endpoint, we need to store it one by one. Okay, so obviously inside the for each loop we need to call that method. So outside of this post request I'm gonna create a method called constant save audio to storage. This will be the async, and then it will accept the audio buffer. So over here we'll say audio buffer of type buffer. Also you need to get the file name of type string and then arrow function. Okay, now inside that we need to implement the cloud storage saving logic. Now let's go back to your Azure. Okay, and if you never use the Azure storage, then let me show you how to do it. So first thing, you can click on these three lines and here you will find an option called storage accounts. Okay, just click on the storage account. Now for the first time you will not see any storage, so you will find a button to create it, or you have option to create it from here. Click on it, select the subscription or keep the default one as selected. Okay, but here you need to give the storage account name. So in this case, let's say I want to give it as a TubeGurji. Then make sure it's a small. After that, select the region. So I already have with this name, I think. Then you have to select the storage type. So make sure to select it as a blob storage. Then you can keep everything as it is and click review and create. Okay. Once that is done, follow the steps. Then you will simply, I'll go to this storage account again. Then you will find your storage account with this whatever the name you gave. Okay, just click on it. After clicking, you will find this more information about the storage. Now from it we need few things. Now first thing, let's go to the data storage and click on container. Inside the container, create a new container. So in my case I already created called audio. It's nothing but a folder, you can consider it as a folder. Okay, and inside that you can again create a subfolder if you want. Obviously once you create you will find the file. Now I already have one file uploaded, but inside the audio container you can just upload the whichever file you want. Now another important thing, you need to give an access or public access to this audio file. So click on it. Here you will find an option called change access level and give a blob anonymous read access only. Okay, so make sure to select this option so that for this folder it's only have the read access and not the write. So that is the first thing. Next thing, we need few environment keys. So first I will note down all of these environment keys which we needed. So very first we'll say Azure storage connection string. Okay, so we need this one. After that we also need Azure storage container. So the container name. Okay, so we already have the container name called audio, and then Azure storage public base URL. Okay, so that one also you need to give. Now for the connection string, you can simply go to your containers and inside that click on setting, click on configuration, and not inside this actually, let's go back to, but inside this setting configuration, make sure you will enable this allow blob anonymous access if you are getting an error while giving a permission. Okay, now I will go to the home, and inside this home you will find an option called click container, and instead of setting we'll go to the security and networking, click on access key, and here you will find the connection string. Okay, click on show, copy this connection string as it is and then paste it here. So this is the first step to get the connection string. Container name is nothing but the container name which we have. So inside this we'll say storage browser, click blob container, and this name we need to give it. And the third important thing, you need to provide the base URL. Now base URL will be like https:// and the name of your storage. So in this case we'll say TubeGurji. Okay, then we'll say .blob.core.windows.net. Okay, that's all we need it, and then save it. So that's how your base URL is also ready. And now save everything. Next, you need to install and package. So inside the terminal, we'll say npm I and then at Azure at storage blob. Okay, so this is the official Azure package. Oh, I think I misspelled something. So this need to be an Azure slash storage blob. So make sure. Okay, so I have permission issue. So I will just write sudo npm I at Azure slash storage blob and then it install it. Perfect. Now go back to your route.ts and inside this say adhere to storage, we'll define the blob service first. So we'll say blob service is equal to blob service client dot from. So if it's not importing, you have to import it manually. So from the top, we'll say just import blob service client from Azure storage blob. Okay, once you import that, then you will get an option called from connection string, and then here you need to provide the connection string, which is process.env Azure storage connection string, which you gave it over here. Okay, so make sure to use the correct connection string. After this, the next step is to define the container name. Okay, oh, not container name, but we need to get the container over here. So we'll say constant container is equal to blob service dot get container client, and then you need to pass a container name. So we'll say process dot env and our container name is storage container name. Okay, otherwise nothing. Once you have the container and the blob service, then we'll simply define the file name. So here we'll call it as a blob name is equal to, and then we'll add dollar file name dot mp3 because we already accepting the file name. After this, we'll say constant blob is equal to container dot get blob dot blob name. So this is we are generating the reference. Okay, and once you have that blob, so here we'll say blob, the name is quite interesting, dot upload data, and then we have audio buffer. So we'll say audio buffer, and then we'll say blob http header. Inside that you can provide a content type as audio mpeg, and then block cache control as a public, and you can provide the max age, and most important, you can add immutable. Okay, so these are the things you need to add it. You can find this code on their documentation npm package, or you can even search it on the ChatGPT. You will find that. Now we need to return the URL. So in order to return this URL, you can simply say constant public base is equal to process dot environment and the base URL. So from the base URL which we have, and then we can simply say constant URL is equal to public base plus slash container dot container name and then blob name. Okay, because inside the container we have the container name and then the blob name as well. Otherwise, if it's not there, okay, so I think we can add a condition if the public base is not there. So either way, so you can write condition something like this, colon, and then we'll say blob dot URL. Okay, so either way it will return the some result, and whatever the result you will get it, you can simply return that one. And now over here inside this for loop, you can simply call this method called save audio storage. So over here we'll say constant audio URL is equal to await. Make sure to use this await, then save audio storage, audio buffer, and then the course ID. So over here obviously we need to pass the file. So here we'll say course, and inside the course, so let me find, okay, so it's not course, it's a chapter. So we have the chapter dot, and I will just go to our type. So we'll go, if I go to the type over here, if you see we have the chapter generated. So if I go over here, now we have this audio file name. Make sure to give the same audio file name, or you can use it from this one of I dot audio file name. Okay, so the same file name you need to pass it and then save. So you can find this inside your dummy data. Okay, so over here if you see we have this file name, so that's the reason I'm passed the same file name. Now over here I will just console this audio URL. Okay, now next thing we'll create one array. So here we'll say audio file URL and string, and whenever it generate we'll simply push this audio URL. Okay, so at the last you can simply get all of this data. So I will add dot dot dot, then audio file URLs as well, and then save it. Now in this case I just want to generate for one, okay, instead of generating a multiple. So here I will add a condition, if I is greater than 0, greater than 0, then just break it, because I just want to test for a 1 and I don't want to waste my credits for the generating audio. So I will go back, I will refresh the screen, and now if you see it started generating the chapter 1 content. First it will jump onto this Fonara lab logic, it will generate the audio, the buffer, then it will call our save audio to storage, and at the end we'll get the URL list. Okay, so I will go to this inspect panel, is already generated. I will go to the console, and inside the console you will see this list. Okay, if I click on this,
Python is a high level interpreted programming language known for its
see it's generated MP3. It's also stored, and you can even verify by going to this Azure, go to your audio, and then you will find this audio file. See, intro and setup 01 MP3, right? Now instead of saving openly, I want to save it inside this TTS only. So maybe you can just add that by providing /TTS/ file name MP3, as simple as that. Okay, so it will save it inside your TTS only. So that's how you need to generate your audio file and save it in your storage. Now after generating the content, the audio file, and we also save it to our Azure storage, now it's time to generate the caption. Now in order to generate the caption, we are going to use a model which is on the replicate and which is very cheap but very of good performance, I will say. So just scroll down and click on this transcribe speech to text. Over here you will find a different options. Select this incredibly fast whisper AI model. Okay, now the cost, if you see in dollars, you can run up to 277 times. Okay, and for one run is less than, I think, 10 rupees, or less than even $36.0036. Okay, so you can just give a try. Over here just upload your file, and then it will generate the JSON with the all the captions. Okay, we don't need a caption word by word, we need by sentence. So that's the reason we are using this one. Now in order to integrate, click on this API, then you need to install the replicate. So I will copy this npm command, go back to your VS Code, simply install this package. After that, this is the API call that you can simply make it. So first let me install again, because I need to install with a sudo, and now we'll create another method. So inside this route I commented all of this code, okay, because I don't want to waste our credits. So I will use this audio file URL, and I added this URL which we already generated, okay. And now we'll create another method called constant generate captions is equal to async. Here we provide audio URL of type string and the arrow function. Now inside this, first we'll import this replicate, then you can initialize this replicate at the top, okay. Now once you initialize inside the replicate, you need to provide an authentication key. So we'll say auth, and then you need to provide a replicate API key. Now inside this .env we'll add this API key, okay. So this API key you can generate by going to your profile. So first make sure to sign in to the replicate account, then over here we have API token. I will create a new token, so I will give the token name, we'll say AI video course generator, and simply click create token. Then the token is created. I will copy this token and simply I'm gonna paste it here. Once you paste it, simply you can use this replicate now. So inside this generate caption audio, I will just go to our code. So let's go to that AI model, and inside this API let's copy this input, output and everything, then we'll paste it here. Now for the audio I will replace with an audio file which we have. We'll say audio URL, batch size let's say 64 only, the output by running this API model, okay, and then you will get the result. Now this result you need to return, so we'll say output. Now call this generate caption. Once you have the all the files URL, so under this I will just use this audio file URL, or instead of that we'll use a for loop again. So we'll say let I is equal to 0, I is less than audio file URL dot length, and I plus plus. The reason I'm not using for each, because you can make this for loop synchronize. Now here we say constant caption is equal to await generate captions, and then audio file URL, and you have to pass it one by one, okay. Once you get it, you can just console your result and you can save it. So here we'll say caption array, okay, and then you can simply push caption array dot push and each of this generated caption. Now along with this output, now I'm also going to generate or pass the caption list. So here we'll say caption array, something like this, and save it. Now let's test this out. So I will go back.
Python is a high level
Oh, this is just a code. So let me refresh our app, and now if you see, it started generating, and boom, it's so quick, right? It's also generated the caption, and inside this one we'll see this caption array. Inside this caption array we have the chunk. Obviously it will return the first element, and inside that we have all the chunks which we needed, and then we also have the text. Now batch size is nothing but how many characters you want to add, so it's totally up to you. So in this case, now we also generated the caption. Now it's time to save everything to our database. We already have the column called chapter content slide, and now in this case we generated each of the slide, so we have to save it one by one. So over here I will just use for each, okay. So instead of for each first, let's go up and we'll use this video content JSON first, because that's we have. So here we'll say for each slide index, the arrow function. Inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot insert, and then give the name, which is chapter content slide table dot values. And now we have to insert each value one by one. Let's add a chapter id. So we have the chapter dot I think chapter dot id. So I will just go again up, and here we have the chapter. Perfect. Then the course id as a course id, then the slide index, which you can get it from the video content.json of index, okay, dot slide index. Okay, then you can add the slide id same way using this video content json slide id. After that, you need to add audio file name. Now for the audio file name, you can get this from the video content.json of index.audio file name. Then we need a narration. Narration you can get it from the video content.json index.narration.full text, or you can just add narration as it is, okay, because that's anyway it's a json. Then the reveal data, that reveal data you can get it from the content and reveal data. I think we also forgot to add the html, which is very important, and we need to save the caption and all, but we did not added that particular thing. So over here we'll add a caption. I will say caption of type json, and again it's a not null. And also along with this one we need audio file url, okay, and not null. So once you made the update inside your schema file, I'm gonna push these changes. So here run the push command, so it will update your table. And once you run the studio command, make sure that column is added. So at the end you will find this audio file url, caption as well. Perfect. So that over here you can add audio file url using audio file url of index and caption from the caption array of index. Here I will mark this as async, and over here obviously we are getting error because many of the things we have to define as a string. So instead of that, I'm gonna just ignore it, and I think that's all we added. I think this needs to be a caption only, not a captions, okay. And now save it. Once it's saved, you can just do the returning, and you can even verify the result as well. And at the last we are returning the result. Now let's take this out. So I will just go back, I will refresh the screen. Obviously it will generate the new caption because everything is generated already. If you see, the caption is generated. Now we'll go to the database, we'll refresh this, and it look like it's not inserted. So let's see why. So you inside the inspect panel, either you get error, but I don't think so we have any error. So let's try one thing. So over here I will just comment this code, okay. Anyway the array is empty, that's completely fine, and save it. And here we run the insert statement. I will just console the result over here and save it, and let's try it out. So if you have any error, you can find that error over here. So if I scroll down, we have an error. It's saying null value in the column course id, okay. So it means the course id we are not passing, but let's go to the page.tsx. Over here when we call this method, we did not passing the course id. So make sure to pass the course id, which you will get it from the course.course id, okay. And for the caption array over here I will add something like this, okay. Let's save it, let's take this out again, and again you can find if there is any error. So if you scroll down to your terminal, now still we have error saying the chapter id is violate not null policy. Because of that, obviously we have a lot of not null and required field, and that's the reason we get to know that okay, there is some error. So we'll fix that one. So basically this chapter has the field called chapter ID, so that's the reason it was showing as a null. And now if you see, we got the result. So we have the ID, we have the course ID, the chapter ID, the slide ID, then we have the slide index with the audio file name, the narration, okay, the HTML which contain all of our code, the reveal data, okay, and audio file URL and all the details. Perfect. Now obviously we don't have caption because we are not saving the caption, and we are saving it as a empty. Now once you think that everything is implemented perfectly fine, now simply uncomment everything. So in this case, first thing, generating the content, I will uncomment that. The AI result and the content JSON, make sure to uncomment this. The dummy, I will just comment this out again. Then you don't need to provide a file URL. And then for another lab logic, I will uncomment this one as well, so it will generate the audio file, then it will upload it, right, and then it will push it. After that it will generate the caption. Over here you can give a type any, and for index of type number, instead of any you can even provide a proper type. It's totally up to you, and I think that's all we need to do. Perfect, right? Next thing, after uncommenting everything from your API endpoint, I will go back to your page.tsx. Now you have option, either you can try it for only with the first course, or you can try with all the code. Now I will try with the first course chapter only. Okay, I don't want to generate all of these things at a time, and then from there you can go one by one. So let's go and let's test this out. Before that, I'm gonna remove all of this data, and then we'll generate the course. So let's refresh it. Now it will say, if you see, it's saying that generating the video content for chapter 1. So we'll wait, and that's done. Now we'll go back to the storage, and if you see, now we have another record with the course ID, chapter ID. Obviously it generated only one slide because that's the reason we limited it, right? And all of this data along with the caption for that particular slide and the audio file URL as well. Obviously here we added the limit, so obviously it will only generate the one record, but I hope you understand how to implement this all the content generation logic, okay, because you have to implement it step by step, then only you can easily implement it. Now let's push all of these changes. So first we'll go to the source control, we'll create a new branch, and then we name it as a generate video course content. They hit enter, so you will check out with on this branch, then stage all of these changes, add your commit message, simply click commit, publish your branch, and on your repo you will get an option to create the new PR. Simply create the PR, and then CodeRabbit will start review your code. And now CodeRabbit will start reviewing our code. In meantime, I already created the complete course slides as well, and if you see, for each of the course it generated three slides, okay, along with all the data which we needed. And you can also try it out. If you are missing something, make sure you are following all the steps. Go back and check this chapter again, because this is very important turning point inside our course. And once the review is complete, simply merge your pull request. Now we have all the content which we need to show the video. So in this chapter, we are going to show a complete video course using the remotion. First, we'll calculate the total video length, okay, or the time using all the audio clips. Then we're gonna render each slide inside the remotion. Then with the help of our audio plus caption and the slider animation, we are going to reveal the data one by one. and then at the end we're going to push our code to review with the CodeRabbit. So let's go back to the VS Code, and inside this routes folder where we have the course ID, we'll go to the course info card. Now inside the course info card, first we need to calculate the total video length, okay? Because currently, if you remember, we are putting the duration in frame as a 30. It means just 1 second, but now we need to calculate that first. So let's define it here. So first we'll say constant FPS. So this is nothing but the frame per second. By default we'll put it as a 30. Then we'll get all the slides, and obviously that side information you can get it from the chapter content slide. Otherwise, if it's not there, we'll return empty. Now for each of the slide as well, we are going to save the duration, okay? So that also we are going to add. Now we'll define a state. So here we'll say duration, or we'll say durations by slide ID as well, okay? And then here we'll say set duration by slide ID, and here we'll use a use state. Now let me remove this. Inside that, obviously we need to define a type. So we'll say record, and then this will be the string number, okay? Otherwise you can simply return null. And then by default it will be null. Make sure to import this use state. Now once you define this duration by slide ID, now inside the use effect we're gonna calculate it. So inside the use effect, we'll execute this use effect whenever we have the slides information and frame per second, which we already defined. Now we'll define a method. So we'll say constant run is equal to async the arrow function. Inside that, first we'll check if there is a no slides, then we'll simply return empty, okay? So it will not execute. Otherwise we'll write constant entries is equal to await promise dot all, and inside that we'll say slides dot map async of slide and then arrow function. Now after this we'll say audio data, and from the audio URL, so here we'll say await, and then from the audio URL you need to get the all audio data. Now inside the remotion there is one method, we can say one method that you need to import in order to get the data from the audio, which is and get audio data, and you need to import this from remotion / media utils. So here we have media utils, okay? So this is the library which will get the audio data, where you just need to pass the URL, and we already have the URL. So we'll say get audio data slide dot audio file URL. So I don't see the URL as a field, so you need to add that type inside the course under the chapter content slide. Make sure to add the audio file URL, and it is of string. I will just make sure the name is correct, and also make sure to add this caption as well. So here we'll say caption, and caption again inside that we have chunks. So we'll say chunks of type string, okay? Or maybe it's a list, so that's the reason I added these chunks. Now we'll go back, and now you can access this audio file URL. Now inside this audio data we will get all the information like what is the duration of that particular file and all, okay? So now we'll say constant audio second is equal to audio data dot, and you will see all of these options. So we want duration in seconds, okay? Then we'll calculate the total frame. So we'll say constant frame is equal to math dot max, and then obviously we need a one only, a one digit. So we'll say not one digit but one decimal, max, and then we'll say seal audio second into frame per second. Now if the audio is of 5 seconds, then we have to multiply with the 30, so it will be 30 into 5, and then at the last we'll return slide dot slide id and the frames. Now slide id we need to provide because it get to know whether it's for which slide and all. Okay, and then we'll say constant. So that's how, here we'll rename this to entries only, and that's how you'll get all this entry. Now also let's define one constant called let cancel is equal to false, and if it's cancel for some reason, okay, then we'll not return doing anything, but if not cancel, then we're gonna simply save that one. So inside the set duration by slide id, we're gonna add object dot from entries, and then we'll add all the entries one by one. Okay, now if you want to try, you can just console this. Okay, but before that, inside this only we need to run it, this particular method, and oh, this need to be run, and at the last we'll just cancel it with a true. Now we'll console this duration by slide. So over here we'll say console.log duration by slide id, so that you will get to know what we are getting. So I will go back to our app, inside the inspect panel, go to the console, let's refresh this, and now if you see, we got the duration by slide, and for each of this index we got the frame per second, okay, which is the frames for that particular slide. So that's how we have to show it. Okay, so now once it is saved, now also we need to calculate the total duration, right? So which we can pass to this player. So we'll create a method which will directly return the total duration. So over here we'll say constant duration in frames is equal to, and we'll use this memo over here, the arrow function, and then here we will check if duration by id is not there, then we'll simply return nothing, otherwise we'll return the slides dot reduce because we want to get the total. Inside this we'll say sum of slide, and then we'll say sum plus duration or the duration by slide id, and then for each slide we'll calculate. So over here we'll say slide dot slide id, otherwise I think I added this 2 times, otherwise fps into 6 and comma 0. I think we added this text 2 times, so that's the reason we have an issue. Oh, either sure, here make sure you will add an opposite. Okay, so you will not get error. Make sure to import this use memo, and then last here we'll say we need to execute this whenever the slide id is available, also the slide is available and fps is available. Now this duration in frame we're gonna simply pass it to this player. Okay, so make sure this is not 0. Okay, then only you need to pass the duration in frame, otherwise you can just pass a 30 frame per second. Also we can show some kind of loading state. So over here we'll add a condition if there is no duration by slide id, then you can return something like loading. Okay, and then save it. So over here I will add duration in frame and condition, and then save it. Now if I go back and refresh the screen, you will see it's this particular course has a 5 minutes of complete course, right? So the video length is 5 minutes, and that is calculated based on the total duration of the audio clip. Now let's try some different clips. So I will just copy something different. I don't know whether it's valid or not. I think it's the same one. Let's copy the latest one. Okay, I will copy this one as well, and in this case it's just 3 minutes. See, so that's how it calculates. But now for all of this chapter as well, we need to also calculate the total duration, but in this case we need to calculate based on the chapters only. So we are going to move all our total duration logic by slide id into a parent component. So let's copy everything as it is. So I will copy this use effect, total duration, that's particular state, and the slide logic, or you can even copy this fps. You can just simply cut it and then paste it inside the page.tsx file. Okay, now once you paste it over here, this need to be a course detail. Then we have the chapter content slide, everything as it is. Make sure to import this get audio data, so from this remotion media utils, and then you have the duration by slide inside your parent component. That particular state you need to pass to this course info card, something like this, and same thing you have to do for the chapters as well. Now inside the course info card, you need to accept this as a record string and the number, and then you can also accept it over here. Now this slide you need to get it. So first I will define fps as well as a 30. Then you can define a constant slides is equal to course dot chapter content slide. So you have the slide information, and that's all. Now same thing you can implement inside the course chapter. First define a type inside your prop and then accept it over here. Now first let's save all of this file. Make sure for this main course you are getting the correct video length, and now same way we have to import add it to this chapter, but we have to make sure we need to pass the chapter id. So I will define a constant here. We'll say get chapter durations in frame, and then I will accept the chapter id, obviously it is of type string, and the arrow function. Now over here we'll simply add if the duration by slide id or course is not there, then you can simply return the default frames per second, which is you can say 30. Okay, otherwise you can return the result. So we'll say course dot chapter content slide dot filter. Now we need to filter based on, so over here I think let's define a slide. So we'll say constant slides is equal to course dot chapter slide, so that will be easy for access. So inside this we'll say slide arrow function, and then we'll say slide dot chapter id matches with the chapter id, because for each slide we have the chapter id defined, right? And then we'll say reduce in order to calculate the total. So we'll say sum slide and then the sum plus duration by slide id, then slide dot slide id again, and then otherwise just 1 second, okay, and comma 0. So that's how you can calculate it. Obviously we are already returning, so you can just call this get chapter duration in frame inside the player, because player is inside this map, okay, and from the each of the content you will get the result. Now over here you can simply call that and then pass the chapter dot chapter id and then save it. Now once you save, you will see now for each of this player you will have different time, okay, and if you calculate, the total time will be 5 minutes 5 seconds. Now we need to display all the content. So now I'm making your life little bit easier, because I'm going to provide a code for our course composition to render the actual slide and which will align to the audio, okay. So inside this eraser doc, I already added this particular script which you can directly copy it and paste it. Obviously, if you want to know the explanation how it actually implemented, then let me know in the comment section and then I will post it on tubegurji.com. So simply copy that and go back to your project. If you remember, for the info card and for chapter, we use this component called chapter video. So go to the chapter video and simply remove everything and paste the code which you copied. Then make sure to remove these three tags and then save it. Okay, make sure you are not getting any error. Now this particular chapter video which you added, it export the course composition. Okay, and this is the course composition, nothing but the component which is actually rendering our all the slides, and above that which will help us to calculate the time and everything. Obviously our each of the slide is rendering through the iframe. Okay, so if you scroll up you will see we are using an iframe to render it. So that's all about how we are rendering all of our slides. Okay, so we are using iframe along with the script, okay, when to reveal content and all. I will show you the demo in a moment. Now once you add, simply go to this info card, because now we have an error and it's saying this chapter video is no longer present inside the chapter video, right, because the composition name is changed. So over here simply you can either remove this and then instead of this chapter video we'll say course composition. Okay, and then same thing we have to do for this course chapter, remove this chapter video and add the course composition. But once you add that to this course composition, if I go inside this course composition under the chapter video, you will see it accept the slides, okay, which slide you need to render, and the duration by slide ID. So both the things we need to pass, and we already have both the things. So I will go to the info card first. Inside this I will say input props that we need to pass, and you can pass the any prop you want to this player, and that is automatically attached or passing to this composition. Now inside this input prop, pass the slides as a slides which we already have, and then duration by slide ID as a duration by slide ID. Okay, now over here you might get error. Okay, so simply ignore this warning and then save it. Same thing we have to do inside the course chapter. So first we'll add input props, and inside the input prop obviously we'll have all the list, so you need to calculate the slides. So we'll say slides, then we'll say slides dot filter, and then we'll filter this by the chapter ID. Okay, and then we'll say chapter dot chapter ID, because we are inside this chapter sub content. Okay, so make sure you are rendering correctly. And over here, and for the duration by slide I will add an optional operator field with this one. Now same thing, you have to ignore this error, so we'll say add ts ignore and then save it. Once that is done, let's go back to your application, and boom, if you see our content starts showing. Okay, and that's our complete course. Not only that, but we also rendering chapter wise as well. And let me show you the quick demo. So over here you can do the full screen and play it.
Focused on building user interfaces with a component driven mindset. Developers choose React when they need efficient updates for dynamic UIs, reusable components, and a clear mental model for state and rendering. This slide highlights the core reasons to use React and the typical problems it has solved for modern
Quite cool, right?
web apps.
And the most important thing, it aligned with our captions, with our audio, and depends on that one, it reveals the slide content. Okay, and same thing you will find for each of the slide. For example, if I run these last slides, okay, so over here let me start with the start.
In React, props let parent components pass information down to their children. They are immutable inside the receiving component, which keeps data flow predictable. Naming props clearly and documenting expected shapes helps other developers.
Quite cool, right? And that's how we need to render properly. So guys, That's all about this chapter. We showing all the complete video now. We are starting. We start with the calculating the total video time using the audio clips. We also render each slide and we made sure it matching with the slide animation. Now it's time to push our code. So simply we'll go to the source control. We'll create a new branch. Create a branch. Give the branch name. So here we'll say render video using remotion. Click hit enter and then add all of these changes. Give the commit message and then publish your branch. Once it is published, simply create the pull request and then wait for CodeRabbit to review your code. Now this is very important to wait for CodeRabbit to review, because if there is any mistake, anything, CodeRabbit will just highlight that one and make sure to fix that. Now in this chapter, we are going to display all the codes generated by that particular user on the home screen. So just below this hero section, we are going to add, we already have the component created for that one under the component folder called course list. And inside this course list, we're going to fetch all the courses created by that particular user. So over here we'll say constant get course list and then the arrow function. Inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot get slash API slash course, and that's all. Now inside this course API endpoint, currently we fetch based on the course ID, but if we did not provide the course ID, then we have to fetch all the course belong to that particular user. So here we write a condition if no course ID, then we'll say constant user courses will say await db dot select from course table, and then we need to make sure to write a condition where equal to course table dot email, this need to be a user ID actually, matches with the user which is login. So here in order to get the user information, we'll say await current user and then simply pass that user information using the user dot primary email address dot email address. Oh, sorry, this need to be email address as string. Okay, so you will get all the user codes belong to that particular user, and now simply return all the user courses and then save it. Now inside the course list, let's mark this as async and simply console the result first. Now this particular method we need to call inside the use effect whenever this component loads. So we'll say get course list and then save it. Now if I go back, as we are using use effect inside this course list, we need to mark this component on the client side, and then we'll go to the inspect panel, go to the console, let's refresh the screen, and then you will see there are 4 courses created by that particular user. Okay, now also we have to show the latest one at the top, so you can add order by condition. So here inside this query we'll add order by descending and let's add course table dot id. Okay, and then save it. Now once you get this course list, make sure to save in a state. So inside the course list we'll define a state, we'll say constant course list set course list is equal to use state, and the type will be the course and it's a list, so we provide the list and then save it. Over here we'll say set course list with the result dot data and then save it. So that's how you have to do it. Now inside this course list, let's add an h2 tag. Here we'll say my project, or we'll say my course. Let's add a class name, font bold, text to Excel, and save it. Now over here, if you see, we have this my courses. For this div, we'll add a class name, and then we'll say maximum width to 6 XL. But if you see, now our course is showing from this one. Okay, perfect. Now once we define this maximum width to 6 XL, you can just change this, let's say 4 XL, and then we have this my course list. Over here I will define a div, and then inside this we need to iterate this course list dot map. We'll say course comma index and the arrow function. Now I'm going to create a different card to hold all the course list information. So over here we'll say course list card, we'll say course list card dot tsx. Let's add a default template. Now this course list card will accept the each course one by one. So we'll say course item of type props, and then we'll define a local type props as course item, and then we'll define a type for this as a course. Okay, now simply add this course list card, and to this course list card you need to provide a course item as each of that course, and we provide a key as an index, and then save it. Now over here you will see it's rendered 4 times because we have 4 course. Now inside this div, first I will add a card, and inside this card I will use a card header. Okay, now inside the card header let's add a div, and then we'll add h2 tag. Inside this we'll say course item dot course name. Let's save this one and let's see how it looks. And if you see, this is how it look like. Now let's add some style. So we'll say class name font bold and text to, let's say, Excel, or maybe we can just add large. Perfect. Now currently it's showing in the form of list, but we want a grid format. So inside the course list, for this course list, for this div, we'll add a grid. We'll say grid column 2 for the smaller screen, and for large screen we'll say grid column 3. On extra large screen we'll say grid column 4. Okay, so that's how it look like. For this course card list we'll add a class name, we'll say width to full. So over here we give 4 XL, so that's the reason. Let's make it 6 XL only. Okay, and then we need to give gap as well. So over here I will make this 3 only, so I think that's much better. Now for this course list card I just wrap this in a div only, but if you don't want, just remove this div and keep the card, so it will align properly. Now after that, for this card you can add a background white. Okay, and for this header as well, inside this we'll add another h2 tag, and then inside the h2 tag we're gonna show a difficulty level. So we'll say course item dot course layout dot level. Okay, and this is how it look like, but we want that on the right side. So I will wrap this in a class name, then we'll say text primary, then we'll add padding to 1, padding x to 2, border, rounded corners, and then for the border as well I will say border primary. Now this is how it look like, but we need to bring everything in one line. So for this div we'll say flex justify between item to be in the center. Okay, now it's too congested right now. Okay, so maybe we can make this font size medium. Okay, and instead of this large I will just keep this as a medium only. I think this is much better. Now for this h2 tag as well I will say text smaller. Okay, and you can give a background primary and with some light effect. Perfect. So that's how it will show a difficulty level. Inside the course list, make sure to give the gap between all of these cards. Now next, inside the course list card we want to show how many chapters are there. So inside this div only I will create an h2 tag. Inside the h2 tag I want to add an icon called stacks. So I don't know, let me find some good icon for the stack. So we will use this layer icon. Okay, that's much better. So here we'll say layer icon, and with this layer icon I'm gonna also add a text. Over here we'll say number of chapters. So course item dot course layout dot total chapter, and then here we'll say chapters. Okay, now for this one as well I'm going to add similar kind of class name. Okay, so over here just add it, but instead of the primary color I will make this slate 600, then text smaller only. Background I will add slate maybe 400, then border and border slate again, and let's see how it looks. I think this is how it look like, but we need to bring everything in one line. So for this one we'll say flex item to be in the center, then gap. Oh, not for this one, we need to give this h2 tag, sorry, this style inside the h2. Perfect. Okay, and make sure to change this icon size to smaller one, and then give the gap as well. Now along with this one I'm going to copy the same h2 tag, and inside this I'm going to show a calendar icon, and along with the calendar icon we want to show when it get created. So over here we have course item dot created at. Okay, so it will show the time. Now this time we need to format in a specific way. Okay, that we'll do in a moment, but first now for this div we'll make it flex, then gap to let's say 3, and then item to be in the center, and change this text size to extra smaller. Okay, something like this. And then last we need to add a card content. So outside of this card header we'll say card content, and inside the card content we'll just write some text. Let's say keep learning, and then I'm going to show a button as well, watch now. Okay, and here you can add a play icon. Now for this one let's wrap inside the div, and then we'll add a class name flex justify between item to be in the center. Okay, something like this. See, the background is not getting applied, so maybe you can add some z index, and if you see now it's showing that background. Perfect. Next thing, let's format this date. So for that one I'm going to use a moment.js library. Okay, in which you can just provide your date and it will format in a specific format. So you can provide the format as well, what kind of format you want, and then simply you can add it. Now in order to use this one, first you need to install this moment library. So inside the VS Code simply type a command npm install moment, and then it will install that library for you. Once it is installed, make sure to import that. So we'll say moment from moment, and then save it. Now here we have the date, so let's wrap it inside the moment, and then first you can format it. So we'll say format mmm. So we'll format in this order. Okay, so first it will show month, the day, and the year. Okay, if I save it, you will see it show in that particular format. Along with that you can show the time ago. Okay, so whether it's a 3 hours ago, 2 minutes ago, something like that. So that also you can show it. So just I will add a dot, and then you can add same condition for this moment, but instead of this format now we'll say from now. Okay, so it will show from now. See, a day ago or something like this. oh my bad, okay. So instead of dot you can add a dot icon from the Lucid React. I think this is much better, and this will be the result. Now for this I don't know, but maybe you can just add height to 4, width to 4 for this dot, so all the icon in one line. And then on the click of this watch now, you just need to navigate it. So you can simply wrap this button inside the link tag with the h reference. Here we say /course/ plus course item dot course id, and then I just wrap this button inside this link. Now whenever you click on this watch now button, you can just click and then boom, it will navigate to that particular page. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you have to implement the course list. So if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Just quick thing, over here I will add margin top to 10, okay, so some space, and um, make sure to push your code. So we'll go to the source control, we'll create a new branch, and then we'll say display course list. Then I will add the commit message, test all of these changes, make commit, publish your branch, and then inside your repo simply create the pull request, okay, and then wait for the CodeRabbit to review your code, and then simply merge your pull request to a main branch. Now it's time to convert our application into a SaaS so that you can charge your user for using your service. And that's why adding a payment gateway is very important. So in this chapter, we are going to add a pricing subscription tables so that user can choose a correct plan. Then in order to add this payment gateway, we are going to use a clerk billing feature. Now adding a payment gateway is a big headache. You have to create a multiple API endpoints, you have to configure a lot of things on their payment gateway side, and it's a lot of work to need to do. But what if I told you you can add these subscription tables in just one line of code? Introducing a clerk billing. Clerk billing is one of the popular feature they recently introduced, where you can simply add this pricing table in just one line of code. But not only that, they can have option to add or making a payment inside your application directly, and you can connect your Stripe account and many other options which you can connect directly with the clerk, and very easy to integrate. Currently clerk provide a Stripe, Polar and Paddle gateway, so you can use whichever you like. Simply click the link in the description in order to get a free access, and then go to the dashboard. On this dashboard, first thing you need to do to enable the billing feature. So go to the configure, and then inside the configure page we have the billing section. Click on setting. Inside the setting you have option to enable a billing, okay. Once you enable the billing, you have to create a plans. Now plans are nothing but the tables or how many different plans you want to provide to the user. Now by default there is one plan called free plan, and another we can create, for example let's say monthly. Now you can add a description if you want. Now you can provide a price, okay, so here I will say 9.99 monthly price, and you can even give annual discount if user want to buy annually. If user want to buy annually, let's say we can provide it just 799 per month, but it will charge annually directly. Now you also have an option to give a free trial so that user can try your service. For example, if you want to give a trial for 2 days, then user can try it for a free for 2 days, but then automatically it will charge. It's totally up to you, and then you can add the different features. So here we'll say unlimited course create. After this we'll add another feature like create unlimited, or we can say create course video up to 5 minutes. And here I added few features over here. Once the feature are added, simply save it, and now you can go back So over here we'll say dismiss, go to the plans, and then you will see a free and monthly plan. Now inside the free plan as well, you can add a feature which you are giving for a free user. And inside the free plan as well, I added some other feature. Now once this is done, let's go to the setting again, and inside the setting, now again you have to enable this billing because we added all of this plan, and then your billing is now enabled. Now click the link in the description for the billing guide, how to integrate that one. Now we successfully configured. Now in order to integrate it, simply you need to add just one line called pricing table component, and then clerk will do all the magic for you. So simply I will copy this component, and then inside our VS code we'll create a new route. So inside the route folder, I'm gonna add a pricing as a new route, and inside this we'll create a route.tsx, add a default template. Oh, this need to be a page.tsx, my bad. So I will rename this to page.tsx, and then add a default template. Here we'll say pricing, and paste the code which you just copied. Now make sure to import this pricing table component from the clerk Next.js and then save it. Now let's go back, and over here if I go to this pricing and hit enter, you will see a pricing table with two different table. One is a free and one is a monthly. Let's update the UI little bit. So over here I will add an h2 tag. Here will say pricing, font bold, text to Excel, margin Y to 6, and you can put the text in the center. Perfect. Okay. Now if I click on subscribe, then it will ask to enter all the payment details. Currently you will see this is the free pack is inactive, and I am charged bill annually, but if you want to pay monthly, then automatically it will change the amount to monthly. When you click subscribe, you will see on the right hand side it will show you a checkout page where it will show all the details. Right now we are in development mode, so you can try it with the paying it with the test card, and then simply add all the card information. This is how look like in the production as well. Now let's try paying with the test card, and once it is done, you will see now your plan is changed this to active. Cool, right? And that's how you can add a payment gateway. Now you can also track all your details by going to the clerk dashboard, go to the billing, and you will see the analytics, who join or pay for that particular plan. All of the detail you can see over here, and you can even manage all this subscription as well. That's how easily you can add it with the help of clerk. Now you can even manage your subscription directly from our app. Simply user can go to this manage account, and then you will see brand new option called billing. Inside this you will see the active plan, which payment method you use. You have option to add a new payment method, or you can even switch to plan, or if you want to cancel the subscription, you can easily cancel that as well. And all of this detail you will find inside this billing section. Now once you add this billing inside our application, now you have control which of the feature you want to provide to the paid user and which are not. And in order to add it, simply you have to use this as in order to access that plan information and check whether user is a paid user or not. Let's try this out. So simply first thing I will go to the hero.tsx file. So I will go to the component where we have the hero.tsx, and when user submit our request, right, at that time we'll check if user have more than 2 courses created or not, because for a free user we are just allowing user to create only maximum 2 courses. Otherwise we'll show a toast notification message saying that you reached the limit, join for the paid plan. Okay, so in order to do that, on a click of submit, you can add the condition on the server side. You can do it on the client side as well. So first thing, I will go to the routes inside the course, not course, sorry, let's go to this API, and then we have generate course layout, click route.ts. Now over here only we'll add constant has is equal to await auth from the server. Then we'll check condition, but before that obviously you need to check if user has a access or not. So we'll say has premium access, or I will say has, or is paid user. Okay, now I think we need to add inside the curly braces. Then we have a has, and then we need to provide a plan name. Now if you have multiple plan, then make sure you provide a correct plan name. So for that one, simply go to your clerk dashboard. Under the billing, go to the setting, or maybe go to the subscription plan, and inside that particular plan you will see a key called monthly. Just copy that as it is and then paste it here. Now here we'll say if, or maybe we can simply add if not paid user. If it's not paid user and it's a free user, then we can check how many project or courses user already created. So here we'll say course user course, here we'll say user courses is equal to await db dot select from course table dot where equal course table dot user id matches with the current user id. So here we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, and here we'll make sure it's a mention it as a string, and then we'll say if user courses dot length is greater than equal to 2, then we'll return next response dot json, and then we'll write a message max limit, something like this. Okay, and then save it. Now next thing, we'll go to our page.tsx where inside the hero.tsx where you are calling that method. Okay, so inside this, once you call this API endpoint, you will get the result, and then you can add a condition if result dot data dot message is equal to limit max limit. So make sure you are using correct text, or you can pass the code, it's totally up to you. Max limit, then return nothing, but in this case you have to show a toast message with an error and saying maximum course created, and then we'll say try monthly plan. Okay, and then save it. Now currently this particular user is already subscribed to the paid plan, but you can simply delete or that particular billing, okay, in order to test it. So I will go to this under the billing for that user, I will say end subscription now. Once you click end, automatically this user is on the free plan. See, okay, now you can try this out. So I will refresh the screen once and select anything you want, click send, and then it's saying maximum course created, try monthly plan. Now make sure this toast message you will just remove it, okay, otherwise it will keep loading and loading. So I will also add over here and then save it. Okay, so it's saying maximum course created, try monthly plan, and then user can switch to the monthly plan. Oh, we forgot to pass this id and the toast id. Okay, so it will just hide this one. Now let's go to this pricing. For this header, make sure to add the link to this pricing so that user can easily access this pricing page. So here we'll say just pricing, and then wrap this li inside the link. Now if I go to this pricing, I can jump it, I can subscribe to it, and then simply pay it. Now I'm paying annually. Now we'll go to the home and then simply create any course. Okay, so if I create the course, now if you see it allowing me and not giving any warning. That's how easy it is, right? Within a minimum implementation, we added this pricing subscription payment gateway model inside our app. Now if you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section. Now after this, we are just going to push our code to the GitHub. So we'll go back to the source control, create a new branch, and we'll add page 11 clerk billing, hit enter, then give the commit message. Make sure to stage all of this file and then say commit. Then publish your branch, go to the GitHub, create the pull request, and then wait for the CodeRabbit to review your code, and once that is done, make sure to merge your pull request. Now in this PR you will see the sequence diagram as well, that how your payment you are going make and everything in detail. Now it's time to deploy our application on the cloud for a free, and so that you can share your project with your friends and start making money out of it. So in this chapter, we are going to use a Vercel to deploy our application on the cloud, and it's a free. So we're gonna use Vercel along with the GitHub, and then we're gonna connect. So whenever you push your new changes to the GitHub repo, it will automatically trigger the deployment for you every time. Okay. So first thing first, I will make sure all my changes are up to date. So just wanted to tell you that on the hero section, when user is not logged, I'm showing this courses. Okay, obviously I added the banner image. This is a dummy data, and in existing card I'm just showing this banner. So inside the dummy.ts file, which is in the data, I added this hero page courses, okay, manually, and whenever there is a banner image field provided, then only I'm showing this banner. Very straightforward. Okay, and when user click on it, it will open that particular course only, and that's the reason inside the proxy.ts I added that this particular condition. You don't need this one. Okay, so only for this course you don't need an authentication, and then user can actually test the course which is already created. And in order to create a new course, obviously user need to log in. So let's push all of these changes. So first I will create a branch to push these changes, and here we'll say deployment final changes. Hit enter, then stage all of this file. Here we'll add the commit message, publish your branch, and then you can simply go to your GitHub repo, and from there you can create the pull request. Perfect. Now in order to access all of this source code, you can simply go to the tubegurji.com. Now it's a new platform where you can track your course, enroll the course whichever you want, and there are a lot of different features added to the TubeGurji. Over here you have option to enroll any of the course for a free. Once you enroll to the course, you can learn it chapter by chapter, you can keep a track of it, and in order to boost your learning, we also added this XP rewards. So whenever you complete the chapter, you will get the reward, and you can also track the progress. You can even access the source code, check the live demo, and the YouTube. You can watch on YouTube as well. The another interesting fact about the TubeGurji, where you can give the daily React quiz, okay, and then you can earn points from it. Also, you can track all your daily strikes, okay. Then you can even earn a badge once you complete particular task, and then you will see the leaderboard as well, how other people are doing. And the interesting part is you can add the idea. If you have any application idea, just submit your idea. Any feature you want to add inside this website or any startup idea, feel free to add. Vote it to the existing idea if you really like it, so that I can make a video on that. So in order to join it, you can join this TubeGurji Pro membership, just $15 to get access to many of the course. Okay. Now simply head back to the Versal.com as we push all our changes to the GitHub repo. So inside this Versal, you can add a new project. Make sure to connect your GitHub repo. Then you will see your repo at the top, and just now we push these changes. So we'll say import. Once you import, you don't need to make any other changes. Okay, but you need to add the environment variables. So I will go to the .env file which we have, copy all the variable as it is and simply paste it here. Once you paste all of these environment keys or variables, simply click deploy. But before that, if you might get error if the deployment or there is some runtime error, right? So I will always recommend to all the user that you can simply run command npm run build locally, okay, which will run your application locally, and if there is no error, simply you can push your changes. Okay, so I will just run this command, and if you see, we don't have any error. And then once you satisfy, simply click deploy, and then deployment will start. Once the deployment is finished, it means your application is now live. If you get any error, make sure to fix it, but most probably when you run this npm run build and you are not getting any error locally, then you are good. And here we go. If you see, our application is now live. If I open this, you will see the hero, our landing screen along with the default courses. Obviously these courses you can watch without any authentication, but if you want to create any new courses, it will ask you to log in first. Okay, now currently the clerk is in the deployment mode or development mode, but you can change this to a production by simply going to the clerk dashboard. So go to the clerk dashboard, and inside the clerk dashboard you need to assign a proper domain. So over here you can create the production instance, click continue, and then you need to add a domain. Once you add domain, you will get a 10,000 free users sign in and sign up. Pretty cool, right? So you can just simply add that as well. So that's all about this particular course. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. If you are new to this channel, don't forget to subscribe, press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update, and press like button for this video. Also, don't forget to join a TubeGurji Pro membership in order to get access for the source code and all the exclusive courses and source code available on the TubeGurji. Not only that, but we are also adding a member only AI tools to use it, and there are a lot of feature available for the member. So simply go to the tubegurji.com. I will put the link in the description and join it now.